Initiative for Social Transformation, FIST. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Also specially recognizing Mr. Oshon Anav, Chief Operating Officer, Thrive Agric Limited, ably represented by Mr. Amanzi Nathaniel, Head Risk Management and Compliance, Thrive Agric. Welcome, sir. Would also love to specially recognize Mr. Joshua Arogunyo, Soil Values Male Coordinator, International Fertilizer Development Center. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Also, we'd love to specially recognize Mr. Eyike Onojimesike. Pardon me for that, sir. Technical Planning and Communication Officer, ECOWAS Rice Observatory. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce to you that the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture is already here, and the President of Shield Africa, she's here and she's gone out to welcome me in. Thank you very much. It was a good place to clap. So in a few moments, the protocol is quite simple. As soon as the minister walks in, when he gets to his seat, he doesn't sit down. We all stand up, the national anthem plays, and after the national anthem, we wait for him to sit down, and then we take our seats, and then the event formally will begin. Once again, we'd like to thank you and celebrate all of you, applicants, participants, contestants, and prospective awardees for coming to join us today. We celebrate your hard work and your commitment to the things that God has placed in your hand. God bless you. We'll be back in a few moments. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we rise to receive the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture? Media, can we get the national anthem ready? The national anthem, please, before he sits down. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the Honorable Minister as he takes his seat. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. Shall we welcome him once again with a round of applause? The Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Abuja, Professor Akim Abolade Oyerinde. Shall we welcome him also with a round of applause? The Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center, Dr. Osasi Dirisu, the President, Encounter Jesus Ministries International, Dr. Michael Orokpo. The convener, Shield Africa Summit 2025 and President, Shield Africa Sustainability and Development Initiative, Mrs. Osenaga Orokpo. Our esteemed speakers, panelists, applicants, guests, esteemed members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shield Africa Summit 2025.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reward. So coming up next on the agenda is, so we're going to do something, esteemed members. So you're going to cooperate with me for this event by giving the audience or the panelists a round of applause when I request them. And I promise to tell you stories. Do we have a deal? Yes, we do. Do we have a deal? Thank you. So who knows best than to explain bed pangs than the woman carrying the child? So Shield Africa was inaugurated 15th November 2024. And this is the first year of Shield Africa. Thank you so much. This is a good place to clap. And we've been developing strongly and taking strong strides. And coming up next on the stage is the convener for the opening remarks, Mrs. Osenaga Orokpo, the President and CEO of Shield Africa. A round of applause, please. Please put those hands together as she comes up stage. She's the burden bearer, the vision caster, the one who has gathered all of us here together this morning to ensure that this issue of food sustainability in Nigeria is achieved. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister of State, partners, farmers, youth, women leaders, friends, and everyone, thank you for being here. Please permit me to keep this very simple. Last year, on the 15th of November 2024, we held our very first proper summit at the NAF Center with over 500 people in attendance, including 45.7% women and 54.3% men. We talked about food insecurity, youth, and women. We promised that we will do something practical with whatever came out of that room. We kept that promise. Every speaker's contribution, every farmer's cry, every idea from the floor went into a book called The Green Insight. We printed copies and sent them to ministries, state governments, universities, and development partners. Some of you in this hall received a copy. From the same conversations last year, many more initiatives were born and are already running. The Shield Africa Sustainability Lab. Some of us are part of it. It's a one-on-one mentorship circle, which I personally lead with entrepreneurs because over 70% of businesses fail in their first 5 years. The lab makes sure sustainability is built into their model from day one, so they survive and thrive. And secondly, the agri-community, a community platform that brings experts and successful agripreneurs to share practical solutions on financing, markets, climate-smart practices, and more, was executed. True to the commitment we made last year, in 2025, we launched the Shield Africa Farmers Academy. We took over 400 young people, men and women, through intensive practical training in fish farming, cassava value chain, and rice production. They learned the full cycle, from site selection to harvest, processing, packaging, and marketing. Right now, some of the graduates from Benue State and Gombe State are here with us in the room. They are seated amongst us, and in a moment, you will hear from them directly. You will see the products they have brought. You will see the pride and the confidence in their eyes. These are young people who are no longer waiting for jobs. They are ready to build profitable and sustainable businesses with dignified with dignity. Let me use that word, with dignity. And now, this is what this year's summit is about. The future of agribusiness in Africa. Pathways to sustainable and dignified work for youth and women. Our objectives in this summit is very simple, very straightforward. One, we want to listen to real farmers in Farmers' Voices session, and we want to draft clear set of demands to present both public and private sectors, investors and partners. We want to show young people that agriculture today is about knowledge, skills, data, processing, precision, planning, and the likes, not just cutlasses. We want to discover innovative financing models and connect women and youth who feed this nation to the finance market and opportunities that they need. We want to inspire young folks to get involved in the business of food production and the mission of food security with dignity. We want to live here with new partnerships that will fund and scale what actually works. As for 2026, our goals are clear. We want to expand the Farmers Academy to admit 2,000 trainees across 5 states. That's one of our plans for next year. And we want to launch agri-investments and training centers within the FCT. We in FCT, we should eat as well. And so we will be expanding our agri-investments and training centers. We are a young organization, self-funded, but we face several challenges like everyone else. But instead of waiting endlessly for sponsors who may never come, we chose to create our own sustainable streams of income. Here is what we did. We decided to diversify, which is one way to ensure sustainability. The first thing we did was to take what we had to build an ethical real estate firm called Dango Homes. We also built Skywide Media, our media and events company. As a matter of fact, you are currently seated in one of its marquees today. We own this facility. Yes, and one more thing we did was Shield Africa Agricultural Investments, which is now farming rice at scale in several Gombe local government areas in Gombe states. These businesses fund the not-for-profit work so that our mission never stops, no matter the season. But we kept going because we believe in the vision of a food-secured Africa, driven by enthusiastic youth and women, committed to sustainable practices, and of course, because of volunteers. But we also kept going because we believe in the vision of a food-secure Africa. So today, I'm not here to just say anything. I'm here to say thank you and to ask you to continue to walk with us. If you believe a young woman in a village can feed a city, partner with us. If you believe a 25-year-old with a smartphone can run a profitable farm or mentor one of our trainees, please partner with us. If you believe Nigeria can feed itself and still export, please invest in one of our pilots. This is not my vision alone. It belongs to every farmer who woke up at 4 a.m. this morning to go and provide for the society. To every young person who wants a better future, and to every one of you in this room, together, let's make 2025 the year we stopped complaining about problems and start proving the solutions in 2026. The year we started scaling and expanding. Welcome to the Shield Africa Summit 2025. God bless you, God bless Nigeria, and God bless Africa.
Please keep those round of applause going. Ladies and gentlemen, what an astonishing 1 year Shield Africa has. Shield Africa, yes, that's a good place to put your hands together. Shield Africa did not just preach sustainability. Shield Africa practiced sustainability. They developed their own various businesses so that they will not go and constantly request from money for donors, which often leads to something called donor fatigue. People get tired of giving. But if you have your own businesses, your profits from your businesses can fund these great laudable works that Shield Africa is doing. And I just want to celebrate you, Madam, for what you have shown us today. And for those of us who are applicants, I want you to look at the venue you are sitting. Because she's doing agriculture, she didn't just stop in, okay, my job is an NGO, I'll get money from big people and I'll give it to you. She thought about how she was going to sustain it. What happens if this person can't give this year? What happens if this person doesn't have this year? And they build theirs. And she doesn't feel anybody owes her anything. I want all of us, the applicants and the guests, not the VIP guests, to once again just put our hands together for her with a resounding round of applause for the work that they have done. She could use the money to do other things, but they have chosen to use it to give back to humanity. Welcome once again. So, what's next?
Thank you, Mr. Reward. So as a people, Africa has preserved their culture, and we've been able to preserve this culture through art, dance, and language. So next, I'm going to be saying welcome in different languages. So if you hear yours, please, this is the time to represent your language. Abadie. Thank you. No. Idamfo. Obukaya. Obukia. Obukia. Obukia.
I'm sure because we're in Abuja, I think we should start with Inakwana. Aha.
Sonu, thank you. So this next segment, we are going to be enjoying the African roots. And coming up next is the Havila Heritage Global, presenting to us the dance called Farmers. Thank you so much.
I think we should. thundering round of applause for that performance. You know, we are Africa. We are rhythmic, resilient, culturally integrated into the fabric of our motherland. We are Africa. We are enterprising, entertaining, enthusiastic, and exuberantly joyous. We are not afraid of our future, for our future is in our hands of our young, and they are strong and they are vibrant. We are Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for that very exhilarating performance. It gives me immense pleasure to see the Honorable Minister of State here. Why? Because I've been doing this for close to 2.5 decades now, and it's not always easy to get a minister to be seated. I remember one particular event, the minister was supposed to be coming for the event. He was driving down, and he was called for a meeting at the villa, and so he delegated the Minister of State to come down, and the Minister of State was coming down, and his attention was needed at the National Assembly. And then he delegated to the PAMSEC to come, and he went off, and the PAMSEC was on his way down, and his urgent attention was needed at the villa, and the PAMSEC was also delegated to the presidential villa, and so we had delegates upon delegates who were not available for the event. So when I see the minister here, it is not because he doesn't have what to do. It is because he has considered this very important and would like to thank you very much, sir. One thing you need to know about the minister is he is a man who is passionate about education and he's passionate about young people. And this shows a lot that this administration is interested in our welfare, is interested, and he is here. I'll just tell you a bit about him before we bring him up. He represented Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON, represented Niger North Senatorial District in the 8th and the 9th Senate, where he served as the Deputy Chief Whip and the Chairman of the Niger State Caucus in the 8th Senate. Can we please put our hands together? This is a leader's leader. He was the chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs and the Senate spokesman, a notable achievement for a first-time senator. You see, if you want something to happen to you, you celebrate it where somebody else it's happening for. Do you know what it means to be the Senate spokesman? For the first time. A staunch advocate of education and human capital development, he sponsored over 100 bills and motions, including the Federal University of Education Bill 2020, which became law in December 2021. He holds a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree from ABU Zaria and has pursued various, yes, that's a good place to clap, various management certifications. He was awarded the National Honor Commander of the Niger, CON, in October 2022, and appointed Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on August 21, 2023. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we rise to our feet and welcome to the podium the distinguished Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. The round of applause could be a little louder. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please sit down. I'm very elated and happy to be here. I think that's the first thing I would like to put on record. Coming here was a little bit confusing for my pilot, but at least we're here finally. And it only reminded me when I stayed in Utaku, somewhere up in this neighborhood or so. But then things have changed a lot. The president and CEO of Shield Africa, Mrs. Osenaga Orokpo, please give her a round of applause. I'm asking for that special request because she has taken the bull by the horn. And she's not afraid of the horn. Thank you very much for what you are doing. Incidentally, I had to drag in a young man, and I told you I would tell you about him. He's seated next to you. Dr. Kabiru Yusuf the National Project Coordinator of the Special Agro-Processing Zone program of the federal government. And I brought in here for a reason. Very important, as well as the guests who are seated in this very beautiful location. Respected agribusiness leaders, representatives of international organizations who are here, partners from development agencies, captains of industry, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I will do a litmus test. No farmer. So, I guess there is a disconnect. The farmers have this chant for a long time. And the chant is no farmer, no nation. Because farmers produce the food. So if they are not producing food, would there be a nation? So the chant is no farmer, no nation. So if you don't know this, I'm telling you officially that what we said is no farmers, no nation. Okay? So thank you very much for the very wonderful job you are doing. Now, I don't know, sometimes when I get excited, as I am now, I choose sometimes to even keep whatever has been written and speak from my heart. Because sequel to my being invited here, we've been doing quite a lot, trying to change the narratives as far as Nigerian agriculture is concerned. And of course, when the invitation was sent to me, the man who was doing the legwork persisted. He was telling me 2 days to go, 1 day to go. It is today. Those kind of things. I was actually built to travel this morning. But because I considered this and one other event very important, I had to rejig my travel. I will still travel, but it has become more expensive. In the sense that I have to make a different arrangement to enable me meet up with while I'm traveling. And I'm very happy doing this because of the great work you guys are doing. All the same, it is a privilege to deliver this keynote address at this Shield Africa Summit 2025, a forum dedicated to advancing agribusiness innovation and building a more inclusive agricultural future for Africa. I commend Shield Africa for its sustained commitment to transforming the sector through its Farmers Academy, Agripreneur Awards, and support to agribusiness, small and medium enterprises, and the recently launched Green Insight publication. These initiatives represent practical demonstration of what structured empowerment and several sectoral innovations can achieve. The theme of this year's summit, the future of agribusiness in Africa, pathway to sustainable and dignified work for youth and women, is strategic and timely. It aligns closely with the agricultural transformation agenda of the federal government under the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This specific topic I was asked to talk about is dignity in agriculture, building safe, equitable, and respected careers. This speaks directly to the core of the Renewed Hope agenda, which has a vision to modernize productive and inclusive agricultural sector. You agree with me that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was very apt when he said, all we need to do is to pursue food sovereignty. And when you talk about food sovereignty, it simply means take charge and take control of your production system, consumption system, and everything that has to do with food. Because you all know, without food, there will be no nation. And if you are food dependent, then your sovereignty is definitely very weak or even non-existent. Now, as individuals, we all live in neighborhoods, we all live in very homes. You can imagine if you are living in a home that is unfortunate not to have its own control over its own food. You have to depend on maybe your neighbor when they come back from work to give you food, and so on and so forth. And of course, this speaks to why, when you talk about urban setting, poverty in urban setting is usually very severe. I'm sure those who are working in that area will tell you that. You know the reason? In the villages where most of us emanate from, if you are hungry, all you just need to do is remember that Auntie Ada is at home. Just pass through. Auntie, I came to greet you. Hey, my son, how are you? Before you know what's happening, food is ready for you. But here in the urban center, everybody has gone out to look for food. So who will you go and visit? So that is why it's a very challenging thing. And that is the meaning of food sovereignty. You need to have control over how you produce your food and how that food is distributed, how that food is available to individuals. And when you talk about food security, of course, you speak about food being available, food being accessible, but most importantly, food being affordable. You know, you hear all manners of reports. Nigeria is suffering from, food insecurity. There is going to be famine. There's going to be starvation. Well, for me, I've always said I'm not part of how this report was generated, but I'm a Nigerian. I'm on the ground. I deal with people. If I open my phone now, only God knows the number of calls I will see. And each one of them is asking for support. But then it does not in any way put them in that danger list. So we understand what is happening. But the truth is this: affordability is driven by many factors. And so it's very important that we take control and ensure that in producing, we cut down production costs and ensure that at the end of the day, whatever is produced is something that people can actually relate to. Now, let me say that our presidential vision for agriculture, youth, and the national economy. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has on numerous occasions emphasized the centrality of agriculture to Nigeria's economic future. He has consistently identified the nation's youthful population as the greatest asset, stating that, quote now, Nigeria's youth are not a problem to be managed, but a resource to be invested in and empowered, end of quote. And that is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I want to say that in everything we do, that is exactly the focus. The president has also made it clear that agriculture is a pivotal pillar in the drive towards building the $1 trillion national economy. In his public addresses, he has stressed the need to reposition agriculture as a modern enterprise capable of generating jobs, enhancing national food security, boosting exports, and contributing significantly to our national GDP. His recurring affirmation are, first, we must make farming attractive and dignified for our young people. And I think that is the crux of the matter. From the little cultural display showcased here, definitely you can see the men were holding hoe. They didn't come with cutlass, but the other one is hoe and cutlass, isn't it? And the young Nigerians are saying that picture of a farmer carrying hoe and cutlass is not one I want to be associated with. And I want to tell you clearly, that is why we have brought in the Renewed Hope Agricultural Mechanization Program. This Renewed Hope Agricultural Mechanization Program has just recently been advertised by the National Operating Agency, that is the Bank of Agriculture. In my paper, I think I have made provision for the address. Is Bank of Agriculture website. It's there. It's currently on site and it's current. And I urge those of you who are here who understand the business of mechanization to take a look at it and see what you can do to better your future. The whole idea is that our mechanization rate is not acceptable. We are having 0.27 horsepower per hectare. What it means is that it is the human muscle that is doing the agriculture. That is not sustainable. And that is why the young ones are running away, coming to the cities where jobs are just not available. And I think that is where the inspiration by Shield Africa can be understood, trying to get these young people to take a look at a different way to approach. And the best way is that our given resource is agriculture. And if we develop it, we have a lot to offer. Now, the other aspect is a dignified agricultural sector is one in which the following must happen. Farmers and agri-workers labor in safe and secure environment. Women and youth have equitable access to opportunities, land, finance, and training. Job access, the value chain offer fair compensation and recognized career pathways. Mechanization and technology eliminate drudgery and improve productivity. Respect and prestige accompany agricultural work. And it depends on how we factor this in. And I want to say very clearly that if you look at the agricultural value chain, a lot can happen. And in the fullness of time, before I end my remark, I will invite Dr. Kabir to share with you what the special agro-processing zones are doing. But suffice it to give you a teaser. We were in Benin Republic, where such kind of facility has already been completed. And what we saw is so amazing, because outside, you will not see anything. Just like outside here, you won't know this large number of people are in here until you come in. Is that not? So that is what that kind of facility has done. Young, Beninois, trained in different areas, transforming the production system from production up to processing, final product, and for export. And it is doable, and we believe we're going to do that. Now, the other aspect is the sector must be seen as a viable, attractive, and honorable profession. And this is possible. Today, in this digital economy, it is possible for you just using your laptop or even your handset to drive quite a lot of changes in the sector. And we are doing a lot in the ministry to ensure that we bring in the digital technology to play. I will speak about some of this later. Now, the other aspect is that under the President's guide, we have intensified reform and programs aimed at modernizing the agricultural landscape, some of which are reprioritizing food security. Of course, that explains why 2,000 Belarusian tractors were imported. 2,000 Belarusian tractors were imported. This import came with over 9,000 spare parts, and 12 mobile vehicles, that will serve as workshop for after-sales service. And because the president was concerned about what has happened in the past, we are, like you will say, politicians. We buy tractor, and then some even disappear with wind. I think that's one of the stories the media were telling us. That some people said, oh, it's wind that took the tractor away. The president does not want that to happen under his watch. All we are doing right now is to see that the 2,000 tractors will be beneficial to farmers in wherever they find themselves. And that is why this program is now focusing on, it has advertised for young agripreneurs who will be able to come and subscribe to certain numbers, who will be allotted a particular location where they will have the agricultural mechanization service center that they will be operating. That way, farmers with half hectare, 1 hectare, can access the service of a tractor, pay their fee, and get their farms, having mechanization service. And of course, even harvesting, there are harvesters as part of the package of, mechanization tools that were imported. apart from the 2,000 tractors, there are also harvesters. We have boom sprayers, and so many other facilities that are part of that mechanization work. The idea is for us to be able to move away from this 0.27 horsepower I told you, and you agree with me, if you have, even here, if you ask human beings to take broom and come and sweep this place, the strain on them is much. At the end of the day, it will take them maybe 3, 4, 5 hours. They've not finished sweeping this place. But if you bring a machinery, mechanical device, in 30 minutes, it can go all over this place and clean it up, and then you have your time to do other things. So this mechanization program is very important. Then the other aspect is Nigerian Farmer Soil Health Scheme. All you are doing in agriculture is that you are working on the soil. And over, we have worked on the same soil. And the value of those soils have diminished. Soils value. This is where you got your answer. So what we are saying here is that we've just launched the National Farmer Soil Health Scheme. This is to enable our farmers understand the health of the soil. I know a common example is many people are aware, you go to the hospital, the first thing the doctor will say is go to lab, so that you go and do a laboratory test. And of course, as a politician, I've seen people sending, even in their laboratory test to me, telling me, look, I need money to go and pay for this and that. I remember one first time somebody told me that his wife was asked to go for scanning. Who knows what scanning is? Scanning. And I was lost. It's scanning. You know, mostly pregnant women, isn't it? They go for scanning. And the man said his wife was asked to go for scanning. I was lost. I didn't understand what he was saying. But the point I'm saying here is that it shows the importance of having somebody give you insight into what is happening to you. That way, you will not be given the wrong medication. Now, soil too is a living thing. It breathes, it requires food, it requires everything that you require. It also excretes. So, what we have done now is to go back to basics. So, the Farmer Soil Health Scheme is designed to help us tell farmers what is happening to their soil. You will take sample, take to the lab. They will do an analysis, give you the profile of your soil, and on the basis of which they will advise you the kind of fertilizer you should apply, the kind of crop you should also plant. Because sometimes you may say, oh, no, I want to plant carrot, simply because you saw your neighbor from another place planting carrot and it's making money. So in your own place, you want to plant carrot. Maybe it's not carrot that is good for your soil. That opportunity will tell you so that you don't waste your money and come back to your friend and say, I did the same thing, but it did not work. Yes, it will not work because you are not working on the same type of soil. So this is one very important program that is very dear to us, and the Nigerian farmers are extremely happy about that. Access to finance, of course, the Bank of Agriculture is being recapitalized, and then agricultural education, we are also looking at the curriculum. The current curriculum definitely is appearing obsolete, and we want it to align to industry standards so that all the young ones can actually take a cue. Agri-logistics should be a course, for example, agribusiness, and so many other aspects of the value chain. Now, the other aspect I would like to talk about is because Shield Africa has spoken about women, I would like to remind us that Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, under her Renewed Hope initiative, partnered with us, and we implemented certain programs, but notably the one we call the Every Home a Garden, the Young Farmers Club, and then the Women in Agriculture Support Program. All of these we have now rechristened under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security as National Urban Agriculture Program. And the reason for saying so is that with this level of insecurity that is of an international scale, because the insecurity this country is facing is not one that is occasioned by just our internal dynamics alone. But that is not the purpose why we're here, and let's not go into controversy. But the point to be made here is that we realize the challenge we are facing, And we also realize that we have empty spaces within the urban centers that are safe and secure. So having urban agriculture will help to bring in people who will farm under the new emerging system, which is called the controlled environment agriculture. You will see some people just in premises like this. They will be farming and bringing out millions and millions and millions almost every month. It all depends on what production system you are doing. And we believe we should explore more of that. So under this program, we have done quite a lot. In fact, 16th October, which is usually the World Food Day, we were out in the field in the FCT and we visited Kuje Area Council and Karshi. Incidentally, we went to see 2 secondary schools that have the Young Farmers Club. And it was quite interesting what we saw. In one of it, in Karshi, they told us that whatever they learned from the classroom, they realized for agriculture, it should be from the classroom to the community. And they were farming, and we saw their farms, rice, maize, and so many other things that we're doing. Very impressive. And that is the way to go. Because if people understand the value of what they are doing, then they will know exactly how to do it better. But the one that is of interest is the one in Government Secondary School, Karu, where the president and his team crafted something I will tell you now. They said, give me a parcel of land, I will feed my family. Give me a parcel of land with incentives, I will feed my community. Mechanize my farm, and I will feed my nation. Is that not impressive? This is coming from the young minds. And so when you are talking about bringing or attracting the young ones into agriculture, you must go with the mentality that drives them. That is the digital economy. And of course, we are not unmindful of this. The other aspect is that extension service. We are developing the National Electronic Extension Platform, which is designed to help all farmers access easy information to guide their operations. And of course, the last one, we are also having the revamp and reform of the cooperative sector. You agree with me that cooperative societies are a very powerful tool in any economy. And we realize that we have neglected this, and the president has charged us to reform this sector, and we are doing just that. And I want to assure you that a lot should be expected in the coming years with respect to the cooperative sector, because we are working to reform them, to digitize, to remove all the criminals and crooks who come to dupe other people. We'll create a cooperative ID for everybody who is in the cooperative sector. There will be cooperative verification number, just like we are having the bank verification number. That way you will know any cooperative that you are dealing with. And we are going to link them to the National Identity Management System. So there's quite a lot we are working on. And most importantly, we are also looking forward to having the Cooperative Bank of Nigeria. And we believe this is coming from the field. And the cooperators are saying we need the cooperative bank to be owned by cooperators, managed by cooperators, and the like. Before coming here, I left the venue where the Federal Cooperative Union are having their 7th national conference. Their combined capital asset is almost 1 trillion naira. That is huge. So that itself, going into a banking system, is capable of generating quite a lot. And people can have easy access to capital. Because if you are a cooperative member, you are not going to go for the cutting interest rate of the conventional business. And this is what we need to allow people to grow. Now, the other aspect I would like to say, the future of agriculture in Africa. Africa holds enormous potential to become the global hub of agribusiness. But this Africa you are talking about, Nigeria stands gidigba in the middle. If you achieve greatness in Nigeria, then you've achieved greatness in 25% of the continent. Because the saying that in every 4 Africans, 1 is a Nigerian is true. Our population is our asset. And like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, our young Nigerians are the asset to be unleashed, empowered, and invested in. If you look at the demography, 70% of our population are under 30 years. 42% are under 15 years. So if you don't invest in them right now, people in my age, in the next 20 years, if these young Nigerians are not doing the right thing, Allah will go see Shege. Am I correct? So it's in our own interest to pay attention and do the needful. And I'm telling you, we have paid attention, we are doing the needful, and that is why I was here right on time, because you summoned me to be here, and I'm here right on time. Now, we need to make agriculture attractive and prestigious. So, for example, the tractors we are having, they are tractors that are digital. So you can connect your Bluetooth, enjoy your music while walking, ensure, and it has, panels that will tell you what exactly is happening. I think that is the kind of thing that the young people are talking about. Easy, movable, mobile, and dynamic. And I believe if you do that, you will get them to attract, into the sector. Then we need to also institutionalize safety, equity, and professional standards. Of course, these are core, and you just have to, ensure that people have the right kits. But if you have farmers wearing tattered clothes, worn out this, of course, that will not work. But the agriculture of today is one in which a young man is wearing jeans, canvas, T-shirts, and he's walking with gloves in his hand. And there's a, of course, there's an earpod, and is what did they call it? His phone is somewhere, and the guy is having it cool. He's chatting with his friend, and that's what they want. You can't take it away from them. It's not our days of abacus or how to calculate using stones and the like. We are past that stage. These people are just there in their digital life. Then we also need to add value addition, agro-industrialization. And I think that is where I will now bring Dr. Kabir. So Dr. Kabir, can you join me here? I know there are some people who, by their stature or even look, they may be deceptive. He's a young man. So it's not in that one that we call Kwagi. They look like this, but they are old. No, this one is a young man. And he's the National Program Coordinator for the Special Agro-Processing Zone. Now, this Special Agro-Processing Zone is designed to create market. Because everything you produce, if there is no market for it, then you are at a loss. Some of these things are perishables. Utako market is close by here. If you go in there and see how the marketers are dealing with perishables, then you understand that providing insight into how to handle that is not a small thing. And there is quite a lot that can be done. So I will yield the floor to Dr. Kabir to give you or tell you what the special agro-processing zones are all about. And in doing this, he will also explore to you how the kind of efforts you are doing means a lot. Incidentally, you have some people from Gombe. And I think Gombe is one of the case studies that have something very interesting. And I'm sure by the time he'll be relating this, you can quickly see area in which these people who have been so trained by you will find convergence in terms of the development that is going to happen in their state. So with this, I yield back to you. Okay. All right. Come here.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You've basically said a lot. So, when an orator has spoken, it's very, very difficult for you to be heard. But I'll do my best. I'll try to be close. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity to be heard. And incidentally, this is the first time I'm actually hearing of SHIELD, which I think is a shame on my own behalf. Perhaps I need to do more research. The president of SHIELD, colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, I'm truly honored to be here, but importantly to share with you what this administration is bringing to the country. We all know that we have been singing we want to diversify Nigeria's economy away from oil, but how do we do that? We need structured businesses that would attract investment, that you'll be comfortable investing. So this is it. But before I tell you what an SAPZ is, or what it is, or the definition, I'll just give you a couple of scenarios with the permission of Your Excellency. Do you know why, or anybody please, if you know, do you know why India is the second largest economy ahead of Japan, considering Japan is technologically advanced? Okay, no hands. Diaspora remittance. Wherever you go, if you travel abroad, the best doctors, best engineers are either Nigerians or Indians. But in India, they have structured businesses that would attract that diaspora remittance, that can reinvest, that can absorb. We don't until now. What we're left with, if I'm working abroad, it is either my uncle or my brother or my brother's wife or my friend that has the potential to actually eat up the money. Perhaps maybe I'm thinking I had built a mansion, invest in a business, by the time I come, it's not there. Nigeria's diaspora remittance stand at 20 billion in 2024. Now let me tell you, coming down to what the SAPZ is, which its main goal is to domesticate processing of agricultural commodities that we produce in country. Time memorial, what we do is we produce and we ship out outside the country. And we now bring it out, we import it. This is the same thing we do with our oil. We import it at a higher cost. Now, chocolate that most of our kids eat, the trade value, global trade value of chocolate is $124.5 billion US. The major commodity is cocoa. And 70% of that cocoa is gotten from 4 West African countries: Ghana, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and importantly, Nigeria. Our farmers, the logistics people, they all get less than 2% of that amount. Why? Because we do not add value. We don't process. We just ship out. Now bring us to what this administration is doing to not just change the landscape of agriculture, but to change the livelihood, to empower farmers, to empower youth, to empower women. As His Excellency just noted, he's seen what has happened with a very small SAPZ in Benin Republic that employs 14,000 youth with wages of $800. The country, the small country, got an annual revenue of 2.5 billion last year just from one value chain. Nigeria, we currently have 8. Each of them have about 5 value chains. Imagine if this thing comes to fruition. Imagine if it starts operating. It promises to employ about 500,000 youth in each country, reduces poverty, unlock food security, but importantly, reduce the rural-urban migration because it is mostly situated in rural areas. So what is the SAPZ? A government-enabled, private sector-led agro-industrialization program that establishes designated processing and production clusters. Now, these clusters are designed to provide a conducive environment for agribusiness to operate efficiently through leveraging on shared infrastructure built by government through its catalytic funding, services, enabling policies provided by government that have been concentrated into one place, but importantly, attract private sector investment into structured businesses. This means that I don't have to know agriculture to be able to invest in agriculture, because there's the financial flow of each state agricultural SAPZ. Each state, what the government has done is to identify commodities of indigenous competitive and comparative advantage in the state and to enhance its production and ensure its domestication of processing. Few things that government has done. Government has commissioned 4 out of the 8 special agro-industrial processing zones under a design, build, and operate 18 months contract for it to be design, build, and operate the Kaduna processing zone, Cross River, the Oyo processing zone, and the Ogun processing zone. We now have Imo, Kano, and Kwara, as well as the FCT currently coming up. Each of them have diverse value chains. Now, what has government started doing with the farmers? Because when you are processing, you need commodities in equitable quantity to feed into that zone to ensure it's running at optimum level. Government has not only enhanced production, or is not only enhancing production in these states, government has established what we call the Multi-Agribusiness Stakeholder Forum, where we link producer farmers and processors under an offtake forward contract agreement. This means that as a farmer, you would sign an offtake contract. This is what His Excellency was talking about on zeroing post-harvest loss. On that agreement is for that processor to offtake your entire commodities as you harvest, which means you've actually sold it before you even harvest. Offtake 100% at prevailing market price. This means that you would, and this is where we come to dignifying jobs. This means that you would get an equitable return on investment to not just invest in your life, but to also reinvest in the program. So let me yield to His Excellency.
I will pause you.
Yes, sir.
Because you remain behind. They are going to have a very engaging, panel discussion. So I'm donating him to you for this program. I will definitely expect that. I know he will add value beyond anything. He's a young man. He's been in the sector for some time. He has a lot of experience. And of course, he's amply qualified. So please, you can take your seat. Now, thank you very much, Dr. Kabir. I just thought he should shed more light since he's behind. You have opportunity with what he has said. Prepare all your questions and fire him properly when I'm not around. I know he will answer all the questions. So in closing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate that dignity in agriculture is not merely a social aspiration. It is an economic imperative and a foundation for national development. Nigeria, under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is committed to building an agricultural system that is modern, inclusive, productive, globally competitive, and most importantly, sustainable. I want to specifically commend the CEO of Shield Africa for your drive, for your commitment, for your tenacity, and of course, your organization and all members of this organization for your outstanding initiatives, and encourage all stakeholders gathered here today to support the transformation of agriculture into a sector where every youth, woman, and farmer can work with pride, safety, and dignity. On this note, it is now my honor and pleasure to declare the 2025 Shield Africa Summit open. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I appreciate you all.
Please put your hands together. Go for the Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, we thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister of State, Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. Thank you, sir. You know Dr. Reward?
Yeah.
The minister, no farmer. That's right, no farmer. Thank you so much, sir. So one of the key things I got from what the minister said, he said food is to be made available accessible, and affordable.
Absolutely. Please put your hands together for that. That was a very key point for me. And also the issue of, he quoted His Excellency the President, is saying, if you are not food sustainable, your sovereignty is weak and even completely wiped out. Because without food, they say a hungry man is an angry man. An angry man is an unreasonable man. An unreasonable man is an unpredictable man. Anything can happen at any time. So please, food security is very important, and you are a very vital part of that chain. There's a joke I like to share, which points to you. It was of a man, two men praying in a church hall, and one was a very wealthy man. He was praying for 5 million naira. He needed money to do a project. And the other was on the corner praying for 5,000. And he was shouting, God, give me 5,000, God, give me 5,000, God, give me 5,000. And it was disturbing the man who was praying for 5 million. So the one who was praying for 5 million got tired and said, excuse me, what's your prayer point? He said 5,000. He put his hand in his pocket, gave him 5,000. Can you leave me and God alone so that you can go? And so he left. Now it's funny, but here's the thing. Do you know that you are the answers to prayer for many people? As young as you are the one who is going to farm the food to change the nation. There is no reason. See, we saw Dr. Kabir who spoke here so excellently, so brilliantly. The reason is not because he's from a family or is from this part of the country. The reason is because he decided to put aside excuses. Enough excuses. Let's leave the excuses at home. And he engaged the process. There are opportunities like you see here today. If you do not apply, you say it is rigged. You are sitting in your home, drinking pap and complaining on the radio and on your phone that there are no opportunities. Shield Africa has produced this opportunity, and thank you. And there are many other opportunities that many people are waiting for you to take advantage of and go. There was a time we used to buy granite. I live in Jabi here. We'll drive all the way to Area 2 just to buy granite because the quality of what we wanted, we couldn't find. So somebody is waiting for that, your product. Please start.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reward. So coming up next is a short clip to showcase some of our strides in Shield Africa. Up next is our fish production site in Benue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Farming has long been the heartbeat of our economy, but that heartbeat is slowly dying. The average African farmer is now over 60, feeble and productivity dwindling, while our agile youth, who make up over half of the continent's population, are turning away from the sector. Their perception is that farming is hard, outdated, and unprofitable. But what if that could change? What if we could begin to see farming as an honorable profession? What if we can make it more predictable and profitable? What if the major barriers and challenges can be addressed and make farming more interesting? Through the Shield Africa Farmers Academy, we are working towards changing that narrative and perception. We're building a new generation of young agripreneurs who see farming as a viable business, not a burden. For example, here in Oju, Benue State, among other things, the Shield Africa Farmers Academy is training and equipping young people with the skills, tools, and confidence to thrive in the business of fish farming. In Oju alone, over 150 young men and women have been trained in sustainable fish farming practices with access to quality feed, fingerlings, and startup support. They are not just learning, they're empowered for earning.
My name is Agaba Perpetua Oge. I'm from Ichakobe Ibila in Odu local government. I've learned a lot since I joined this program. I've learned how to manage the pond. I've learned how to fish the fish properly and also to handle the drainage without losing any fish from the pond. Before I thought that this agriculture is meant for the elderly ones, but I've come to realize that it's for youth also. A big thank you to Shield Africa.
My name is Ikande Grace from Oju Ipinu. Since I joined the academy,
Academy, by the grace of God, I have learned how to feed the fish, how to drain the water from the pond, how to maintain good sanitation around the pond area. I feel very happy and privileged to be part of the program. From what I have gained so far now, I can now start something on my own and to train others on what to do. I want to say a very big thank you to Shield Africa for giving me this opportunity, and I say, may God bless Shield Africa.
My name is Agogo James. I am the fish expert handling the fish farm project for Shield Africa here in Oju local government area. So we are here today to carry out one of our usual program, that is changing of water in the ponds and also evaluate the fish growth performance. So far, we are learning where we teach students on the basic knowledge of fish farming, how to grow the fish, feed them, and administer drugs when necessary. So far, this is what we have been doing here. Thank you.
My name is Mrs. Roslyn Eriva. I feel so lucky and privileged to have this opportunity, because if it is something I will obtain with money, I won't be able to get it. What I want to say to Shield Africa is a big thank you, because they have tried. God bless you.
My name is Onyugba Emmanuel Lavoy. I'm part of the team coordinating the Shield Africa project here in Oju local government area of Benue State. We discovered a problem, and that problem is that the young people are not into agriculture for several reasons. Maybe sometimes they don't have the inputs, the land, or the other things they need for agriculture, so they are discouraged. But we came up with a plan on how to resolve that, and that is where Shield Africa come up. We initiated how to get them into agriculture, bringing them to love agriculture by providing all the necessary things they need for them, the inputs they need, the resources they need, and every assistance regarding theoretical training that they need, we provide it for the students to see that they are effective in what they do. And today we are in our fish farm to evaluate the fishes and how they are doing, and the fishes are doing well. So I want to say a very big thank you to Shield Africa for bringing us as a team into this project, and also for sending this project into our locality, which is Oju local government area. Thank you again, Shield Africa.
Agriculture is evolving, and aquaculture is emerging as one of its most promising frontiers. In Oju, Benue State, the Shield Africa Farmers Academy is helping a lot of youth and women unlock that potential through hands-on fish farming training and enterprise development. Shield Africa Farmers Academy is on a mission to make agriculture in all its forms a career of choice for Africa's youth. With a growing demand for protein and the vast opportunities in aquaculture, the Fish Farm Project was designed to equip young people with the technical and business skills needed to succeed in fish farming. The organization ensured the students were trained and mentored by industry experts. The sessions were detailed and practical, covering critical aspects such as pond management, water quality control, fish health and disease management, feed formulation, feeding regimes, stocking density, harvesting, record keeping, processing, and hatchery management. Every participant received 300 free fingerlings and all necessary inputs to begin their own production, from cleaning and changing pond water to daily feeding and monitoring. The students gained first-hand experience in maintaining healthy fish stock. It really was an interesting time of learning and teamwork, young people discovering the possibilities that lie in sustainable aquaculture. Environmental sustainability was also central to the training. Participants were taught responsible water use, waste management, and environmentally friendly feeding practices to ensure that production remains safe for both people and nature. For many of these young people, this experience was their first time managing a farm enterprise from start to finish. The confidence they gained and the networks they built have already begun to shape their outlook on agriculture, not as a fallback option, but as a thriving business opportunity.
This project isn't just about today. It's about building a future where Africa's youth lead the way in sustainable food production, where every community, from Oju to across the continent, can feed itself with dignity through agriculture and youth engagement. From Oju, a new story is rising, one of resilience, opportunity, and purpose. This is how Shield Africa is transforming agriculture, one young farmer at a time.
Thank you so much, our lovely audience, for investing your time with us today. Could you give yourself a round of applause, please? So we'd like to specially recognize the presence of Mr. Oshone Anav, the Chief Operating Officer, Thrive Agric Limited, ably represented by Ms. Favor Eze. You're welcome, ma. Also recognizing the presence of Mr. Greg Ikwe, founder, McGregor's Limited. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. So what's our goal today? Our goal is that whatever your role is in this industry, that you'd go away with something new, a fresh idea, a new strategy, and something new that you can apply to your business and take it to the next level. So coming up next is a special address by Professor Akim Abolade Oyerinde, the Dean, the Dean University of Abuja. Coming up next, he's going to be having the panel session, and we're going to be talking about educating for the future of work, building skills and competencies for Africa's agribusiness revolution. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I think it's close to the morning. It's between morning and afternoon because I don't think it's up to 12. I will like to start by congratulating Shield Africa for being able to organize something like this for the Gen Z generation. Let's give a round of applause. You know, there's this say that what a man can do, a woman can do better. When I received a letter 2 days ago that I have to be here, I was shocked how she spot me out to come and have this presentation. But the major thing is, as a scholar and as a profession within the hubs of agricultural family, I will always like to talk to the upcoming generation so that they can have a new look, a new dynamics into what is called agriculture and not farming. Majority of misconception about what we do in the agricultural value chain is that people think like what His Excellency, the Chairman, the Honorable Minister spoke about. When you see books on agriculture, it will be books that is carrying one aged, exhausted, finished generation carrying cutlass and that is not agriculture. That is the concept of the archaic, laborious way of practicing farming. The concept of agriculture changed a lot. And that's why I congratulate Shield Africa for revolutionizing and going into the dynamics of turning agri into business. Let me start with the protocol. I'm coming, let me open the reviewed one so that we'll be taking the actual paper. the protocol staff from the chairman, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, that just left us now, is unlike the chief executive to be in this kind of events. He will have sent somebody, maybe the director, SAEP, to come and PZ to come and represent him. It means that it has at the back of his mind agricultural development. So, on behalf of my university and the organizer, I wish to thank him for gracing this occasion. It's unlike the chief executive. It is a great effort that he was here. I've been with him on severally on Good Morning Nigeria and a host of other programs. I know he's somebody that is very prompt and has passion for agriculture, maybe because he's coming from where they are doing agriculture. You know, when you look at the region where it's coming from in Nigeria, they are basically the highest producer of rice in Nigeria. That was something that we discussed some time ago that in Ebonyi, and they said, no, that Ebonyi is the leading producer of rice. We argued that when we have the NISA agricultural value chain development training. So, you know, when you are born with something, you have passion for it. So, the second greeting goes to the President, Your Excellencies, industry captains, development partners, faculty colleagues, and the brilliant youth and women in the hall. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Let me begin with the uncomfortable truth that the world of work has changed. By 2030, 70% of all new jobs in Africa will require digital skills. You must have the basic knowledge of how do we integrate IT into your agricultural practice. If not, you'll be left behind. By 2035, automation and climate-smart technologies will displace 40% of the current low-skill agricultural task. Across sub-Saharan Africa, only 15% of agricultural university curriculum or curricula will include mandatory digital education. It means that if you are training your graduates and you don't involve the issue of digital, the issue of information and communication technology, it means you are behind the cloud. What is happening now is there is integration of integrated, essential use of technology in agricultural practice. That is the only one that will be attractive to the upcoming generation. Not the laborious one of using unpredictable energy, where you spend most of your energy that is unproductive in the management of the agric investments. In Nigeria, by a Tracer research, showed the graduates that we have in the nation, even students that are in agriculture today, over 19% of them are not interested in studying agriculture. They were bamboozled, they were farmed there. So the passion is not there. Because what they are saying is that you have sent us to where we don't want. We want to be a medical doctor, we want to be engineer, we want to be pharmacist, and a host of others. But the only thing that will change the dynamics is if we change the way we train them. So I would start by itemizing how do we change the rudiments of the training, like what the Honorable Minister said, that presently there's a committee that is working on revolutionizing the curriculum in agriculture, because the curriculum that we are running now is far behind. The first item I listed here is digital and data literacy. Tomorrow's successful farmer will use smartphone comfortably for their agricultural value chain activity. Simple drone technology, use of sensor for soil, And this will raise the yield as at present to between 12 to 18%. The use of GIZ, the use of a global positioning system in all phases of the agricultural value chain. You know, the value chain starts from input to production, to processing, to storage, to haulage, up to when it gets to our table. That is the farm to fork concept. So in all these, there must be introduction and inclusion of digital and information technology. The second one is entrepreneurship and value chain thinking Africa. For over close to 15 years, I've been teaching agripreneurship. Over 70% of entrepreneurship skills that you can entail, that you can engage in, are basically agri-based. The last video shows us fish production. You have chains of command in livestock production, fishery, forestry, aquaculture, plant science, and a host of others. All these have so mammoth, so huge success if you can turn them to business. Traditionally, we inherited so many forests from our great-grandfather that have planted them then. But what are we doing with them now? We are using them to build estates. And as we keep destroying that, we are destroying the future economy and we are destroying the future production. So the concept of agri as a business started from the Ministry of Agri, when it was Ministry of Agri and Rural Development, when the AFDB former president was there, Adeshina, when he said we should take agri as a business, we should not take it as rudimentary inheritance. So if we turn it into business, the younger ones will fit into any arm of the value chain. Don't be jack of all trade, master of none. The concept of thinking, I want to go into farming, I want to go into agriculture, and I want to do all. You want to be the one that will produce, the one that will market, the one that will store, the one that will process. Doesn't work. In business, you choose where you have competitive and comparative advantage. And you capitalize on that. The other advent, which is the third problem that is global, is the climate change. The climate change, we are so fortunate that we are not contributing so much to the problem of climate change in terms of carbon emission. But despite that fact, we still have the influence of distortion in the climate affecting us. If you look at the pattern of rainfall, temperature, humidity, relative humidity, and a host of others now, you see that there's a slight change. But as scientists, the best we can do is to fit into that. Fitting into that by doing research and producing emerging solution that will ameliorate the problem of climate change. So within that concept, that is what brought the climate smart agriculture concept. It's not so new to us here because we've not go haywire. We've not destroyed most of our plants and we've not destroyed our ecology like what happened in other clans, China, India, and a host of others. We still have some conserved zone that we can use. And the practice of crop rotation, soil maintenance, soil management is still part of our nation. Mulching, zero tillage, because most of our people doesn't even have money to buy a tractor. Talk less of going to the field with a tractor. So we still practice within that conservative form. So we must be climate conscious in whatsoever we are investing in. The other one is soil skills and leadership. When the minister spoke about soil being a living being, there is no productivity that you have, whether you have pseudo soil, you know we have false soil, or you have the real original soil. All crop and plants grow on soil. So, livestock depend on production from soil. Whether you have cattle, you have goats, you have ram, you have poultry, some of their feed lots still come from what you call the soil. So the soil as an entity, before most of our people that farm doesn't consider soil as a factor of production. They just go there, plant, they don't know the nutrient content of the soil, they don't know the water requirement of the soil, and they will now be complaining that they are not optimizing production. It's not possible. So we must have efficient learning process to have a long-lasting soil that can sustain our industry. In our university, we've engaged in what we call public-private partnership and public-public partnership. The concept of a public-public partnership to most of the people, the first time I raised it in EFCC radio, they were shocked. They said, which one is public-public partnership? They said, well, you have so many agencies that have resources that they want to use. We've been able to woo them and brought them up that the best you can do to us is we have land. University of Abuja have close to about 12,000 hectares of land. Although we are still struggling with FCT, but I know with time, we still maintain and manage the land. The land is there. Because of that, we invited some agency, NISA, NASENI, NAODA. They have their multi-trillion naira project that they are doing on the farm now. At our teaching and research farm, at our experimental farm, and the commercial farm. What is the concept? They want us to have an avenue, a training center for our students so that there will be hand-on experience in the school. It will not be a case of you are teaching alternative to practical in agriculture. It doesn't exist. You have to show them the reality. Hydroponic farming, soilless farming, the issue of automated farm concept in all the value chain. So that is where we are in terms of partnership in our university now. So apart from that, we are trying to woo industries. There's an industry that want to do what we call a national reference lab for us now. The industry, they are working on that, and a training hub. By next month, we'll be commissioning that. The real essence is to train our students, to train our children with modern way of agriculture. I've been privileged to travel wide, and I've been in all the continents of the world on the verge of this agriculture. And as at last October, we were in Netherlands, and our students even won the Food System Innovation Challenge. It was the ministry that nominated us, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, that nominated University of Abuja. The first year we went, we won the Audience Award. The second year, we were among the best 6. And our students by next year will be in Rome to present their output. Why are we doing that? We are exposing them to the reality of what is called agriculture, not the aged one. So let me go into closing so that, because I know the panel session will be more interesting. In closing, I will say to governments, support universities with targeted grants for equipment to broaden the practice. And as the Honorable Minister spoke, I'll be sending my brother to him that is standing in for him, that those tractors standing in Cheddar, we are expecting most of them to be in the university for capacity building and training. The second one is to the private sector. We are open to collaboration. We would love what happened to the Faculty of Engineering, where they have industry owning some of their laboratories, some of their facilities. The agric end is open too. If you come to my faculty, if you want to do partnership with us to establish where we can train some of these students, it will be very lovely. So the door is open, and we'll be expecting as soon as possible that we have collaboration with your agency, industry. To parents and young people in this hall, agriculture is no longer a last resort. It is one of the most exciting technology-driven, wealth-creating fields on the continent. Until every agricultural graduate emerged from the university ready to start a profitable business and start creating an avenue to be employers of labor. Agri training must be the one that focuses on job creation and not looking for white, yellow, green, blue-collar job. Thanks for listening.
Please put your hands together for the professor. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was a phenomenal presentation. Some of us may not have appreciated the importance of what he said, but as you listen to him speak, he kept on talking about how a university, as big, as well-funded as a university is, they are still calling for partnerships from other government agencies and other individuals that will be able to grow what they have. Partnerships is the way to go. Partnerships are very, very important, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And before we begin to go into the next segment, I would like to use this opportunity just to announce the arrival of the president of Encounter Jesus Ministries International, Dr. Michael Oropo. Thank you, sir. Welcome. We will do proper introductions later, but this is just to let you know that he is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see some of us at the back, mamas and some of us, other older people and younger people, and we are wondering, why are they talking all this talk? Since morning, blah, 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 English, Abi? Thank you for being honest. You see, the reason we're talking all of this talk is to build our capacity. Many of us go to church. Shall we know the story of Joseph? One of the things that amazes me about the story of Joseph is that Joseph was the one with the blessing. But because Jacob did not have capacity, the blessing had to go to Egypt, who had capacity to preserve the whole world. The goal of what we're doing here is to build capacity, so that what you'll be doing will not just be selling one small thing at the side of the road from your farm, but you will become big, as large as the Dangotes of this world, as long as the Chivita food. Yes, the amen is good, and I believe with you, but it is very important to listen to what they are saying. The one you don't understand, ask somebody, ask a question, because if your capacity is not big, you will not be able to receive. Even though the blessing is upon your head, you will have to go and work for somebody who has capacity. There's nothing wrong with working for capacity, but it is God's plan to bless you with the opportunity that you received. So we're going into the next section, and this next section, I'm saying all of this for the next section, is important to listen and learn so that your capacity can be expanded and you can receive more and do more and multiply. Sandra, the next session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reward. So for the first panel session for Shield Africa 2025, titled Curriculum and Competence, Aligning Agricultural Education with Industry Demands. Moderating this session is Mr. Prince Will of Shield Africa. A round of applause, please.
For him. Thank you.
Can we clap? He's coming. And with him on this panel session is Mr. Joshua Arugunyo, Soil Values Male Coordinator, International Fertilizer Development Center. You're welcome, sir. Yes. Come up to the stage, please. Also on this panel is Mrs. Ebi Timi Alaibe Elezianya, founder, I Teach Africa. A round of applause, please. Also on this session is Dr. Augustine O. Adaiku, agromist and head of Cyrus, University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Benue State. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause, please. Welcome to the stage, sir.
Please come up to the podium, sir. Thank you. Please, let's keep the round of applause going properly. Thank you.
Next on the panel is Mr. Oshone Anav, Chief Operating Officer, Thrive Agric Limited, ably represented by Mrs. Favor Eze. You're welcome, ma. And also, remember, His Excellency donated someone to us. And also on this panel, you're going to be having Dr. Kabir Yusuf, National Program Coordinator, Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones. Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome.
So, Mr. Princeville, we'll hand over the session to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. You're all welcome to this panel session. We have experts here who will be taking on this discussion. You can all agree with me that the agri-sector is evolving, and as the sector evolves, so does the approach to agricultural education evolves also. There are experts with me that will be discussing the gaps and the challenges that we face, matching the skills from the educational sector with what the industry is demanding. Because right now we hear that some employers say that it's not that there are no jobs, but the problem is some of our youths are not employable. So we'll be discussing what those gaps are actually and how they can be addressed. All right, I will give our experts a minute to just introduce themselves to us. Thank you.
Hey. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Favor Eze. I'm the head of People and Culture at Thrive Agric. I'm representing Oshone Anav as Chief Operating Officer.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Arogunyo. I'm the Male Country Coordinator for the Soy Valleys Program at the International Fertilizer Development Center. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Austin Adaiku. I am from the Department of Soil Science, Joseph Sawataka University, Makurdi. I'm glad to be here, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Dr. Kabir Yusuf. I'm the National Program Coordinator for the Nigeria Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone, an intergovernmental agency funded by multi-donor finance and the federal government. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. So please, I would like us to pay rapt attention as we have this very important and interesting topic. All right, I will start with you, Doctor. Yes, you are in the educational sector, and we have a lot of youths here who would be listening to you. So please, sir, can you tell us what, there's a lot of theory going on right now in the universities. We write notes, we keep writing and all of that. So the first question I'll be asking you, sir, is how can the sector design education that it becomes more practical for our students?
Yeah, thank you so very much, sir. Let me start by appreciating the President and CEO of Shield Africa. Mommy, you've been a very wonderful mother. I am a living witness to your life-changing programs and intervention. I have served as a resource person training students for this organization. So whatever we are discussing here is not grammar. The reality is out there. The interventions are actually going on across. And so we are highly impressed, and I want to sincerely appreciate you for this. Now, coming back to this all-important question, how do we bridge up these gaps? Is that not? We'll have to start by looking at what are the problems. I am glad when the minister addressed us here, he alluded to the issue of outdated curricula that is in use. I think it's a major problem. A curricula that was designed without anticipation to the current emerging technologies is a problem. And so the curricula as designed then did not anticipate the emerging development, and so it is already defective at this level. So curriculum review is a very critical component of the intervention. And even the content of the curriculum in use, how effectively have we implemented them is a matter of concern. And I want to draw attention to something very critical. I am the College SciWest coordinator of College of Agronomy in my university. And so I deal with students directly on the farm. And this aspect becomes a more of a concern that I think we should also discuss as a major gap in this place. You know, by B-Agric design, B-Agric students are supposed to spend 6 months of their 5 years of program in the industry, learning on the practical aspects and having industrial experience. But how effective has this been? That is the question. And I can tell you with authority that it has not been so effective. And the question is why? That is because enabling environments are not created to ensure that this is achievable. You understand? Let's take, for instance, a student from my university, you say, okay, go to the nearest state, maybe Nasarawa State, to a farm to have industry experience. The implication is that that student is expected to take care of his accommodation while there. He's expected to take care of his feeding, his local running for the 6 months that he's supposed to be there. Meanwhile, that same student is having difficulties paying school fees even back in his own university. So that is where the problem is. And you know the danger? Because the students are interested in graduating, most times when you send them to the industry, they collude with their supervisors out there. And at the end of their 6 months, they come out with very beautiful report in their logbooks. In the real sense of it, they never had any industry experience. And why? Because they couldn't afford it. As I speak to you, sir, I had my first degree in 2004. That's more than 20 years ago, isn't it? Now, when you send students on industrial attachment, for instance, the government, through the ITF, pays them a stipend. Way back that time, they were giving us 15,000 naira as stipends. As I speak with you, I am not sure if there has been any review on that. So, are you going to expect somebody's son to take 15,000 naira to travel to industry, to go and acquire experience? This is where the challenge is. And it's really, really worrisome. And so, this is why, at the end of the day, the universities are saying, instead of sending you to the industry where you are not going, let us keep you in our farm, train you with whatever little resources that we have, assess you, grade you, and then, even though we cannot provide the exact thing that the industry needs, but at least we are sure of what we are passing you through in our farms, no matter how the paucity of resources that we have in executing this. So these are the gaps. Is it proper that at this jet age that you are, in fact, even the payment of this are not regular. The 15,000 naira that I'm not trying to talk down on the government, but since we are trying to identify the problem, that is why I'm actually raising this, because it's a major concern. Meanwhile, SciWest should have been the greatest link between institutions and the industry, isn't it? So where attention is given to SciWest, where industries pay more attention to supporting the development of training in the university by maybe establishing like incubation centers where students can have online, first-hand experience of the industry and so on and so forth, it will help.
Thank you very much.
That's that's the point I really want to emphasize on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you for that, sir. We have to recognize A.B. Timi Elezianya, who is the founder of I Teach Africa. She's joining us online. Please, can you project her? Okay, all right. A round of applause for her, please. She's the founder of I Teach Africa. All right, so over to you, madam. You are from Tribe Agri.
Yes.
Yes, and it's a agri-tech company.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't want to say you are among the people, but you have a company or you run a company, and like I said earlier, we hear these things that the people that come out from the universities, they are not employable. They lack this skill, they lack this knowledge. So what are the roles that companies like yours play, or what can they play to close this particular gap?
Okay, so Tribe Agri is an agri-tech organization. We support farmers. Just to give a background to who we are, and then I move on to say other things. We support farmers with inputs, logistics, and all, so they are able to get maximum value for their efforts. Okay, and so far what we've been doing intentionally, being a tech organization, we've been active in the tech space, particularly. In fact, I like to think we're leading in that space, okay, in the sense that we were training tech young people. In fact, last year, 2 years ago, we trained young people in the tech space because we're actually building solutions in that tech space. We have our AOS, Agricultural Operating System, to manage farms operations, and we're actually training people. So while we were building that, we've been on that for years. While we've been building that, we realized that there was a gap in tech skills. We were doing other employability skills. We do that, but we realized that if key factor of what we're doing, which is technology, we had a gap in that. So we deployed a training, a tech accelerated training for young people, practically fresh people, greenhorns, and we trained them extensively for 6 months. We've been doing that for the past 3 years. In fact, in December, we're having our Tech Converge, which is as a result of this same training 3 years in a row. So it's something we're practically doing. It's holding here in Abuja. Also, what we do is we train people, young people also in the rural areas. Okay, we have partnership with some organizations where we are intentionally training young people on how to do climate smart farming, intentionally to make sure that they are able to use our operating system and also scale themselves. And it's very important to mention that last year, considering the gap in knowledge in some space, we identified the cassava production space, and we spent a whole week training young people in Abeokuta. Actually, we partner with another organization to train young people. What I'm saying in essence is that we're covering the employability space to make sure they are ready for the workplace, because as a HR professional, it's not enough to have the technical skills, you need to have the soft skills, which is something we've been doing so far. We're also covering the technology space, okay, training young people in technology to make sure they are ready. And it's very important to mention that part of the training of the young people is a capstone project where they get to produce or come up with a solution that addresses a technological issue, and then they are celebrated pretty much, okay? And also, like I mentioned, the hands-on agricultural training, we do that in the rural areas with financial literacy training, with water harvesting, the new technologies that are applicable to them in their various locations in the rural areas, and so many other things that we do. Thank you.
Wow, you guys are doing a lot.
Thank you.
You are doing it. That's really beautiful. Okay, just one question for Timi, who is joining us online. All right, can we hear her, please? She's trying to say hello.
Hear her, please. She's trying to
I
say
can hear
hello.
you. Can you hear me?
She's trying to
I
say
can hear
hello,
you.
please.
Can you hear me?
She's trying to
I
say
can hear
hello,
you.
please.
Can that be rectified? Thank you. Okay, so I'll go straight to the question. Now, how can agri-education be made more inclusive and accessible for underrepresented groups such as youth and women? You are the founder of I Teach Africa. You organize educational programs. So how do you bring these groups of people, these categories of people, how do you structure your programs? How do you reach them? The youth, the women.
much. My name is Ebi Timi Alaibe Elezianya, and I have joined the program right from the very beginning. I must congratulate the team and the executive director of this program for this most imperative, as I would say, it's imperative that we're having these discussions. And it's not just imperative for the citizens of Nigeria, it's imperative for our economy. In I Teach, what we do is to educate the young adults and bring them into not just governance, daily governance in our country, but also as Africans, how to manage ourselves as Africans for Africans within Africa. Let me also thank the minister for coming in today and showing himself. I've truly learned a lot from his session and the session with the doctor. However, there is a disparity between the conversations that we're having and what is actually on ground. And I want to also say to the professor who is on this panel with me not to apologize for speaking the truth. The disparity in the education sector is majorly on funding. And when we're talking about funding, we're not just talking about funding in terms of our universities, and we know that our universities are poorly funded. In I Teach, in trying to bridge the gap, you would see that truly a country who is serious about economic growth and about the implementation of mechanized farming. What is farming today? What are we looking for in farming today? It's a lot. We're looking for precision agriculture. We're looking for greenhouse and climate smart farming. We're looking for mechanized operations. We're looking for agro-processing and value additions. We're looking for agribusiness, marketing and branding, ICT, digital farming and tools, sustainable and resource management. It's a lot we're looking for. Now, if we're still talking about traditional farming methods and looking at how our universities will be funded, how is it then that we are trying to attract the young people into this same economy? And the very truth I want to point out in support and in recognition of what the Gen Zs are doing, as we rightfully call them, it's not that they are against farming or against joining, being farmers or whatever it is, but it's just that they understand being time conscious. Gen Zs don't want to spend time doing what can be done in the time that you're doing it in less the time. They want more mechanized farming. They want you to understand that there are processes that can be done that are shorter. So I'm in support of Gen Z today, not being in farming. It's because we have truly not understood where they are and what they want to implement in this their stage. Don't forget that they are the ones that are going to, after all, be running the economy within the next 30 to 40 years. If we're saying that we're preparing the agriculture sector for Gen Zs to be attracted to what we're doing, then we must, as a government, be serious. Between conversations and implementation, there must be a joinder. So when we're saying that universities are looking for funding, the government
do agriculture. If you listen to his story, he went to serve in IITA in Ibadan, and he blessed God that somebody posted him to Ibadan, where he saw, of course, if you've been to IITA in Ibadan, he saw the beauty of agriculture and then decided to go to a remote forest to go and start what he's doing today. Today, he's our Nigerian celebrated star. If you want to fix the problem of in the gap between education and agriculture, you have to fix the problem from when students
Recording
are applying.
in progress.
That place is where you fix it, making it attractive that people will beat their chest and say, I want to go into agriculture. Now, agriculture also is not just in one sense. There are different aspects of agriculture. There's a science of agriculture, like soil science, plant breeding, plant genetics. That's the scientific side of agriculture. Then you have the vocational side of agriculture. This is where you have people who are in the production of crops and all that, the livelihood aspect of it. I don't know if you understand that food is actually a weapon of war. And that is why the conversation around food sovereignty is very important. Food security and food sovereignty is very important. Now, working in monitoring and evaluation, I work in an international organization that is based in the US, and one of the things we try to do is to do soil fertility. You had the Honorable Minister of State when he was talking about what we are doing with the federal government of Nigeria. Soil values is a 100 million euro program funded by the Dutch government. And that we're supporting 2 World Bank programs in Nigeria, ACRISAL, 700 million, and ELPRES, $500 million. They are World Bank programs. One of the things we try to do is to see how we can invest in the soil. Now, I'll use to connect the link. There is a university in the world, and I know our educational scholars know the University of Wageningen, which also is working with us on soil values. There is hardly any notable person I know as a practitioner in the agri space that has not passed through the University of Wageningen. Why? It is an educational institution that if you want to see agriculture at its best, beautiful agriculture, you go to the University of Wageningen. Why? Because they've so set up, you will see aeroponics that look so beautiful. I mean, you will see agriculture, you will be desirous to own agriculture, to own a piece of agriculture. Most times our intervention in Nigeria around agriculture is more from the prism of poverty alleviation, which is good. However, it's not the end. It's about livelihood, it's about human capital. So in monitoring, evaluation, and learning that I do, what we try to do is to put that link. What are we doing? What is the government doing? What are private sector actors doing? And how can we keep track of what is being done, ensuring that we see the results that we intended to see? If we must have a food secure nation, if our country should be food secure and food sovereign, meaning that if war happens between Russia and Ukraine, it should not affect the price of bread in Nigeria. That is what food sovereignty is all about. That anything can happen elsewhere, but it will not have any consequence on us because we are food sovereign. We can take care of ourselves, we can feed ourselves, and we can shut our borders, and the price of food will not be affected. That is what food sovereignty is. And for us to get that result, it means that we must connect the dots. Connecting the dots, making sure that we can see the results of all the things that, in terms of whatever is being implemented, we are seeing the result, and we can track those results and say, okay, this is where we were before, but this is where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was beautiful indeed. And that is what Shield Africa is doing. We are connecting the dots to make sure that Nigeria and Africa, we are food secure in the nearest future. We'll go back to our online guest now so that she can quickly round off what she was saying. And please, can you direct your input towards women and youth in particular? How do we reach these people? How do we assess these people? Thank you. I don't think she can hear me. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Vibrating back for me.
Please.
You are re-echoing back for me.
Okay, sorry.
I think I'm just going to continue what I said.
You can continue,
when it comes to youth. Youth are not adverse to agriculture. I'm sure that, as we all know, that agriculture is part of the survival skills for every youth, and they are well aware of it. From our teaching, we have found that what the youths are after is that curriculums must be based on speed, convenience, must include digital tools, it must include automation, it must include smart ways of working, and it must include meaningful ways in which, when they have finished their trainings and their courses, that they're not just employable, but that between the government and the education sector, that there's a full-on collaboration, so that when they finish education, they are able to quickly get a job. What we see in Nigeria is that it's emerging. The collaboration between the institutions, the school institutions, and the government is an emerging relationship where somebody will finish school and still be at home. We also see that there's no provision for specialized parts of learning in agriculture, in the agriculture sector. So when people want to go into specialized farming, just a few months ago, I met a young man who is farming in Kenya and farming in Dubai, rice farms. And between those two nations, it is the government that has provided for either the land, the funding for the mechanized farming that he's doing right there in thousands and thousands of hectares. and it's the government that has made the provisions for it. When I started speaking, I said the government needs to do more. I understand that we have words that we can explain to people, and I'm grateful that today I was able to learn a lot more from the Minister of Agriculture. However, there is a lot more to do, because when it comes to the rural areas, even in reaching the women, we have to be able to not only teach, but to bring it down to their level. So if somebody is from a Yoruba-speaking culture or from an Igbo-speaking culture, education has to come down to the point where we can relate this thing to them and they understand. If we bring a mother from Bayelsa, or bring a mother from another part of the nation, we should be able to have a systemized form of learning where everybody is on the curriculum is the same, that if I do a 2 years course, this is what I will come out with. That's not what we have right now. So we have a lot of work to do, from curriculum to implementation, practical implementation. There is a big bridge and there's a big gap. And that is why programs like this are very interesting and very, very, very helpful, because we begin to see the gaps that are needed and begin to focus on the discussion. I like what the last speaker said, that if there is food crisis in any other place, or if there's war somewhere else, it shouldn't affect us. That's why a nation that is serious about its people and its agriculture would do more funding to that part of it. So the youth are not against agriculture and anything, but they just realize that there are more tools that can be used, that can be digital. There are drones that can be used to walk around the farms. When I spoke to the rice farmer, he told me how he doesn't have to go to the farm, but he has people on ground, but he can watch what is happening in the farmland because he has drones. He can monitor water sprinklings in the morning. He can monitor what is going on. He can see the textures and he can implement what needs to be done. So as much as we're saying that we need to get the youth to be attracted in agriculture, the teachers themselves, the resource people themselves, have we been fully equipped and trained to collect this group of youths that are coming in, these youths that are now more about technology, more about speed? We can do things better in different ways. Are we willing to even hear them? Because there's a way where we as educators can be like, we have all the knowledge, but we do not have all the knowledge, because every day we learn. So if we can also just listen to what our youths are saying, and this is what I Teach Africa does, we listen to what their needs are, and then come back to the drawing table and bring out curriculums that can suit what it is that we need to solve right now.
Thank you.
So for me, I believe that the gap can be reached if the curriculums are made to not only merge where we are today, but to allow the government to actually see the gaps that are within their systems so that they can merge it together to be able to create a better learning environment for the children. Funding, we cannot stop talking about funding. Funding is most important and most vital. Training of teachers, bringing them up to standard, lecturers, the teachers, the technical schools, making sure that it's at least 60 to 70% practical based as opposed to theory based. It must be practiced. We must go to the farm. We must have specialized places where things have been created for students to explore what is happening real time, as opposed to just being in the lecture theaters that have been run down already and asking the students to come into the sector.
Thank you very much.
I hope I've been able to answer.
Yes, you have, definitely. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Okay, Dr. Yusuf, over to you, sir. Briefly, in 2 minutes, I want to go back to what Mr. Joshua said when he was talking. He made mention of the course that you applied for versus the course that you received. But presently, we have a lot of youths who deliberately, intentionally applied for agriculture. They wanted to study agriculture, but right now they are not doing what they studied. We have a lot of them. So what do you think is the issue and how can it be addressed?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the issue has been well explained. It is the attractiveness of agriculture. And coming to the fact, I think Professor did mention the mantra of the ministry from the time of President Adesina is to transition agriculture from the subsistence way of life to a profit-making business. So when youth begin to see agriculture is now a profit-making business, I believe we don't even need to call them. And the truth is, this is reality. It happens in a lot of countries. When you go to the United States, richest people are farmers in a lot of these countries, which is why when I was at the stage, I gave an example, a mini analysis of how much revenue agriculture can bring into your country. Netherlands is 22 times smaller than Nigeria. They have less favorable land. Their land, their topography is less favorable than ours. My brother here, I would like to call him the professor of soil health, would tell you our soil is much better than theirs. But do you know their annual revenue in agriculture is 46 billion last year? What stops Nigeria? You would say, oh, they're white people, they've done it. Our backyard, you remember when we did, was it after Ghana must go, Benin Republic, here. I was there early this year to look at their agro-processing zone. They've invested less than we've done. They've just started ahead of us. They earned $2.4 billion US. Do you know that the Ralph Lauren that you buy in the United States is now being sown in Cotonou, from the seed to the garment? I've heard a lot of what from our online speaker. Government needs to do better, government needs to do better. I think what I say to all of us is government has not just realized that, but government is doing better with the establishment of special agro-industrial processing zones. It is going to be rolled out in the 36 states of Nigeria. The potential employment alone is 500,000 youth, women and youth. It's happened in Ethiopia. We have different value chains. Government is currently investing $538 million US. Now, when you go to Kano, last year, I pioneered a pilot just as a litmus test to see how we can not only support production, not to control price, but to ensure price is minimum and ensuring competitiveness of agribusiness. We supported farm inputs. We supported farmers, 1,000 farmers, 500 on the rice value chain, 500 in tomato value chain. We also engaged them with processors. As I've told you, we've established what we call the multi-agribusiness stakeholder forum to ensure whatever is being produced is off-take, zero post-harvest loss. We all know what is happening to the food basket of our nation, Benue, which we're currently establishing a special agro-industrial processing zone. But the litmus test was to understand the problems within the value chain, and this is to tell you how much government cares. We gave that paddy next to nothing to a sample of 4 processors using different energy systems. And we asked them, this was last year, when a bag of rice was about 90,000. And our aim is to see how much they can reduce. One of them was using diesel. The other was rice husk. The other was solar. And the other one was gas, the turbine systems. So we asked them, we've given you next to nothing paddy. Can you reduce the cost of rice to 50%? It was only those using rice husk, solar, and gas that could reduce it to an acceptable range because of the energy system. What did government do? When we came back to report to government, it directed the Rural Electrification Agency under the Energize Agriculture Program to provide energy system facilities to processors. Anybody can go to REA if you're a processor. So this is to tell you, yes, government is really trying its very best. Don't forget, it's faced with multifaceted problems. There's insecurity, there's infrastructure deficit. But with agriculture, government is ready to diversify Nigeria's economy with agriculture.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you. All right, so that is all we can take for now, but we have questions. So we'll just take 2 questions because of time. All right, we have 1 question there. Please just tell us your name and let's know who you're directing your question to. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Hubert, and sorry, I just want to add something to what Mr. Joshua said and ask a question to
the doctor. Sorry, I can't recall the name, sir, but the person at the end. Okay, Dr. Kabiru. Yeah. So, number one, I just want to celebrate Mr. Joshua. I think Mr. Joshua might not remember me, but he taught me some years ago in secondary school. Yeah. Thank you so much. If you can remember Best School International, thank you so much. I just want to say something further to what he said, just a line above. Talking about bridging the gap between the academic sector and the practical sector. You know, one Chukelo Mohammed Ayo probably has written JAMB and wants to study medicine. And at the end of the day, he did not meet up with the cutoff mark. So therefore, he's giving agriculture. Why would agriculture be a dumping ground for students? So it's not even about whether you want to read it or not from the student perspective, but like the people say, you cannot cry more than the bereaved. If we don't give preference to what we deem importance, then we don't expect other people to give preference to it. I think earlier on we were talking about external investors. How then would external investors see us as being serious if we do not even see our field as being serious? I also want to capitalize on the fact that there's something we call, a beautiful conflict. I think the professor mentioned something about real estate taking over the lands and stuff like that. We should be able to see war now between the agriculture sector and the real estate sector, because a lot of lands now are being taken for real estate, whereby we are saying no farmer, no nation. Yes, we can go back to the days of the Tower of Babel, whereby houses can be built to, even if we want to build a skyscraper. But we should see lands whereby agriculture can have proper investment. Now to my question, sir. We are talking about the future of agribusiness in Africa, which is a sustainable business for youths and women. How would we be looking at the future if we don't have certain things on ground to guarantee a future? What I mean is that the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations mentioned that in year 2050, the population of Nigeria will get to 400 million. Let me just bring it home. I'm sure when we were preparing this program, it's possible if we had just 50 people coming, we'll make provision for food for us to eat. But because of the population, how then can we make food available for everybody? Now in Nigeria, in 2050, will there be availability of food for a population of 400 persons? Remember, we are talking about, is there land served to make this food to be available? Now, I'm also looking at assurance. One of the things that we Gen Zs are looking out for, sir, and investors, is assurance. Have the governments done what they call land audit? I'm in the accounting sector, so I understand what audit is about. Land audit, it doesn't just stop about the texture of the soil, but we are looking at a situation whereby so and so state, the soil is good for rice. So and so state, the soil is good for probably beans. So and so state, the soil is good for this. It helps us diversify even the agricultural business. I don't know whether the government is looking at something like that. Land audit, in order for us to have proper assurance that there's something in this sector. Thank you.
So when it comes to soil, I can perhaps, there maybe Dr. Kabir can add. So of course, I work in soil values. So in terms of soil, yes. To make it simple and easy to understand, if I ask you, what is the kind of fertilizer that you know? What kind of fertilizer do you know? Likely you are going to say NPK 15, 15, 15, right? That's generally it. So many people don't know that there are other types of fertilizer. So what we're doing, and the Honorable Minister mentioned it, the soil health scheme. The idea of the soil health scheme is that he mentioned that it is like a lab where farmers can test their soil and know what crop is good for that soil. Good. So that's what we are doing, and that's what we're supporting the ministry to do. So there are mobile one-stop shops, farmers, different kind of schemes that has been rolled out. As a matter of fact, the government is also doing something in that regard to help us understand. And there's a private sector actor called OCP that is doing what is called crop-specific fertilizer. So the fertilizer that maize needs It's not the same fertilizer that yam needs. They are two different things. Nitrogen will be high here, phosphorus will be high here. So in terms of that, identifying, doing this mapping, as a matter of fact, even in my program too, we are mapping degraded hotspots to know what crop is good for this area, what crop is good for that area, and helping farmers make those decisions on what to plant. So yes, that is ongoing. It will take, it's gradual, because investment in soil health is not something you do today and get results tomorrow. It's a gradual process to make it sustainable.
So hi, may I add also, thank you so much, may I also add that at Thrive Agric, what he said is valid because we actually worked with OCP some years back for our farmers, the specific lands they are working on to know the particular fertilizer they are to use. And the yield was very impressive. So just to give credence to what he's saying, and it's something we're committed to using our AOS that is assessing farmlands to be sure what they really need, the kind of crop they should grow there, where are prone to flooding and all, just to make sure we get the best productive nature of that land. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No farmer. No farmer. Thank you. So I believe enough. Doctor, I believe your question on soil health has been answered. So let me just add to it, not on soil health. But I think we should pat ourselves in the back as Nigeria and also not to discredit any development organization. You did mention what FAO has said. Let me tell you, do you know that during COVID, it was mentioned by the World Health Organization that Nigerians will not just be dropping dead, but will be swarming in hunger. What happened in Nigeria? We didn't drop dead. We didn't go hungry. So let us not underestimate what our smallholder farmers are doing. Perhaps maybe we're not recording as much as it's happening in Nigeria, but believe me, we're doing a lot more than a lot of people know, a lot more than others. As government, you've heard what they're doing. But don't forget, as I mentioned, government is saddled with multifaceted problems. And government is in a working system. Government is not supposed to be the largest employer of labor. Government's job is not just funding, it's to provide that enabling environment, and which it has done specifically on the agricultural sector. The tax waivers, the tax havens. Do you know that if you want to open an agricultural entity, you open it at CAC next to nothing just to support the Gen Zs? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So just take one more question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kabir. So our last question for this panel session is from Love Amptu. I appreciate all our panelists and speakers for pouring into us from the wells of wisdom. My question is addressed to Dr. Kabir Yusuf. How can SAPS help young people who are interested in agriculture but does not have access to technological facilities? Can more light be thrown on
Can you come again? Sorry, just come again.
Okay, my question is addressed to Dr. Kabir Yusuf. How can SAPS help young people who are interested in agriculture but does not have access to technological facilities? Can more light be thrown on corporate farming?
Okay, thank you very much. So nothing is perfect. Specifically why I said that, with SAPS, we only support participating states. It's going to be rolled out to the entire 36 states. So starting from our 8 states, what we do is a bit different from what we're used to doing as government, just to give youth or men or women tractors, equipment. We provide you access to finance. So under SAPS, you have zero interest finance. In some cases, like in Kaduna, which we just launched, is a revolving finance. We support you with these farm inputs. We support you as SMEs, train you on good agronomical practices, train you on entrepreneurship skills development, and then support you with financing to start a business. Specifically for Kaduna, what we're doing is we supported a group of youth to provide tractor services for farmlands for a pay. So which means they're not just gainfully employed, but it's sustainable for them. And we're rolling that across all the 36 states, supporting youth in different value chains, in different activities within the value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. I think right now we have to
just
end
rise
it
up
here.
for a group photograph. We'll just take the photos quickly and then we're done.
We are done. All right.
Thank you.
That's
Please, a
fine.
round of applause for all the panelists. We'll take one on, calm down, and take one quickly with the convener, and then. All right. Okay, so we'll just calm down and take one quickly with the convener, and then we'll done. Thank you very much for this very insightful. Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by saying the popular slogan, no farmer, no farmer. But what good is a farmer that does not have any value? What good can a farmer that does not have integrity do? What good can a farmer who cannot create any impact in agriculture do? To that effect, ladies and gentlemen, we're beginning to receive our next guest for a very special lecture on values that build nations, raising a generation for integrity and impact. Our speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, has zero tolerance for excuses and complaining, zero tolerance for laziness, and probably minus zero tolerance for mediocrity. He's a visionary and generational leader with a passion and burden for excellence, competence, hard work, and integrity. An embodiment of resilience, scholarship, forward thinking, and local integration. A mentor to many, a father to many, a helper to many, a husband to one. A father, a biological, thank you. A biological father to two, a BSc holder, a master's degree holder, a PhD degree holder, a catalyst that believes in spiritual, physical, and societal transformation. A voice, an icon, and a sent one to what I describe as one of the most critical generations in human history. If this generation gets it wrong, we are finished. And he is the voice to that generation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we rise to our feet and welcome to the podium a mentor, a father, the president, Encounter Jesus Ministry International, Dr. Michael Orokpo.
Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. This morning is a joy to be here. I want to very specially salute the President and CEO of Shield Africa, Mrs. Osenaga Orokpo. In absentia, also honor the Honorable Minister of State Agriculture, all our guest speakers, panelists, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. It's a joy to be here to bring a very short charge. I believe my component in this segment, in this program, is but a catalyst, just to help stir the hearts of everybody and also serve as a foundation upon which every other thing is built. I believe my time will be very short because I'll be doing more of reading so that we don't get into a sermon. So in my attempt to encourage someone this morning to take very seriously what we are doing here concerning agriculture, I would like to begin by quickly highlighting that we are at the brink of the fifth economic revolution. And critical components of this economic revolution are 10 sectors that is powering and will continue to power what will happen on the planet for the next 50 years. Number 1 is artificial intelligence and automation. Number 2 is clean energy and climate technology. Number 3 is biotechnology and health innovation. Number 4 is digital finance, fintech, blockchain, and decentralized infrastructure. Number 5 is space economy. Number 6 is digital education and talent-based platform. Number 7 is cybersecurity and digital protection. Number 8 is smart city and urban technology. Number 9 is creative and knowledge economy, where you have digital content, gaming, storytelling, and all of that. And of course, number 10 is agripreneur, agri-tech, and food systems. Of all of these areas that would power the next economic revolution, the cheapest is agriculture. This is why it's important that everybody, every citizen, especially of Nigeria and from the African extraction, must learn something about agriculture and do something in agriculture, because this is the cheapest aspect of the areas that will power the fifth economic revolution. Now, it's important to also understand that all of these components that the next economic revolution will run on, as important as they are all built on one aspect that is most critical, and that is value systems. Everywhere you lack value, it doesn't matter the opportunities, it doesn't matter the intelligence, it doesn't matter the resources that are available. Values are the foundation, the fuel, and the framework for nation building. Without values, a nation may have resources, talents, opportunities, but it cannot achieve lasting progress. Now, the excellency of values is the fact that its byproduct, which is transformation, is the ground upon which all of the potentials of a nation are built. And when transformation truly happens, one of the most critical components that reveal it is the rise of leadership. If you look at Africa and our African context, you'll discover that our biggest problem is not insecurity. Our biggest problem is not even poverty. Our biggest problem are not the things that are being highlighted. Of course, we cannot undermine the effect of all of these challenges we have. But the biggest problem we have in Africa is the lack of values, the lack of value systems. And because we lack values, we lack leaders. Leaders who should serve as the coordinators of the opportunity, the talent, and the resources of the nation. In fact, I was studying recently on the disaster in leadership, the crisis we have in African leadership, and I came up with 8 major crises in leadership. And these are the revelations that we truly lack values in our African society, which is now the foundation upon which all of the evil we see today is being perpetrated. The first crisis of leadership we have in Africa is corruption and lack of accountability. When you come to the African context, anybody you see in power or authority has the tendency of abusing power. And they have the tendency of marginalizing the people that are put under them. And this is because value is not established. And because value is not established, corruption, lack of accountability has taken center stage. This is the reason why you see the persecutions, the killings, the poverty, and all that you see around you. So it's critical that we develop value within the African society and the African context. Number 2 problem we see with leadership in Africa is weak institutions and over-dependence on individuals and foreign entities. We have not looked inward to see the potentials we have and to harness it. And the institutions we have, instead of building them, we have actually destroyed them. Because corruption, having taken center stage, has made it possible for people who are in positions of power Instead of developing the institutions, they end up exploiting those institutions and weakening the potentials of those institutions. And so when people get into institutions where they should be developed, they end up receiving little or nothing from these institutions. And so lack of institutional development and over-dependence on external entities have become a big crisis in leadership in the African context. And again, this is traceable to poor value systems. Number 3 is the problem of tribalism, ethnic rivalries, and identity politics. In Africa, you see that to a very large extent, our sentiment and our pursuit is not to uphold values that upgrade the quality of humanity. To a very large extent, you see that we tend to pay allegiance to either our religious extractions or our ethnic extractions. And of course, because we have very corrupt leaders, every critical season where leadership transition becomes an issue, they bring out the card of ethnic difference, religious difference, and they take advantage of the gullible followers to give themselves the advantage they need in order to come back to power when they have nothing to offer. If we must grow in Africa, we must begin to focus more on leadership rather than focusing on ethnic difference or religious difference. Number 4 crisis we have in Africa is the problem of poor vision and short-term thinking. When you come to the African context, everybody in power, okay, let me just be a bit modest. Most people in power are more concerned about immediate satisfaction, aggrandizement, and they don't think beyond their nose. Most of the people you see in leadership in Africa are thinking about today. So somebody can loot funds meant for a generation. Somebody can loot funds meant for the prosperity of a whole region. And all he's interested in is to build a house, buy a sport car, or travel for a vacation. And they can waste the resources meant for millions of people. And that is simply because there is no vision in African context. And that's also because we lack value systems. People are not taught what is important, and so they don't prioritize what is important. I studied around the world recently, and I saw, particularly in the Arab nation, that these guys are more interested about the future of their people, and they genuinely love their people. So the resources they have, they don't just improve on the potential of these resources, they build for long term. Unfortunately, you don't have that in Africa. And this is traceable to lack of value systems. Number 5 is the issue of greed and self-interest. It's almost a slogan when you get into the corridor of power that everybody is there for himself. In fact, you find mantras, phrases like cutting from the national cake. People don't see leadership as a place of service. They see leadership as a place of opportunity to get your own. And it doesn't matter if you do it at the expense of others. And so if we don't become very serious about building leadership, building value systems, we will continue to raise wrong people who are in positions of authority, and they will continue to destroy the nation that we all love with passion. Number 6 is the issue of a lack in effective succession in leadership and in power. When you come into the African context, people are either interested in retaining power or they want to hand over power to unqualified people who have sentimental connection with them. They don't care about the future of the nation. They don't care about the future of territories where they govern. They are only interested about self. And so somebody is in power, he has nothing to show for the position that he has been given, but he wants to retain the power. There's no justification why he wants to be in power. And at the point where he has no choice but to leave power, he's looking for somebody else he can control, somebody else that is connected to him sentimentally. And so instead of patriotism, what you see is nepotism. People are putting their brothers, relatives, and people who they have control over in positions where they have nothing to offer. Again, it's a crisis that is traceable to lack of value system. And number 8 is limited investment in human capital development. In Africa today, you find people who are passionate, people with great potentials, willing to learn, willing to be developed, but the institutions are not there, and the resources to support them is nowhere to be found. You can justify this because when you go around the world, you find people from decent countries that are struggling as leaders in very critical sectors in different nations of the world. The leading nations of the world, most of their critical sectors are powered by people from the African extraction. Now, if they were in Africa, would they have become? I can tell you to a very large extent, no. Because the resources and the investment required to harness the potential is not there. And all of this crisis is, again, traceable to lack of value system. On the strength of this, this is the portrait of the leadership structure or leaders we have in Africa. I borrowed this from Dr. Miles Monroe. Miles Monroe said, in Africa, you have leaders who engage in politics without principles. So there is no standard. Compromise is the order of the day. People are so ambitious. You see them, you think they have something to offer. Somebody can contest for a political position 6 times. And you are thinking this guy has something in his heart for the nation. Then he gets into that position, he has nothing to offer. And you are wondering, what was the motivation for this ambition? It's just because we love politics, we love power, but there is no guiding principle. Number 2, the portrait of leadership in Africa is leadership that pursue pleasure without conscience. So you find people who are pursuing power so zealous and ambitious for power. When you discuss with them in the inner circles, what you discover is that there is a pleasure they need power to gratify. Some of them want to travel around the world and have all the funds. Some of them want to be on tables where powerful people are sitting. Some of them want to drive the biggest cars and have the biggest fun that money can offer. But the ticket to achieving this is the corridors of power. And so when they get there, they don't care if 1 million people are killed. They don't care if 10 million people are uneducated. They don't care if 10 million women die in the process of childbearing or giving birth. They don't care if 1,001 people are jobless. All they are interested in, loot this money, have the experience, lock yourself away, and whatever happens, let it happen. We have leaders that pursue pleasure without conscience. Number 3, we have leaders that have wealth without work. So we clap hands for people who drive flashy cars, wear expensive jewelries, lavish resources, but you cannot trace the source of their income. In developed nations, before people get into position of power, they declare their assets. And that asset, if it does not remain so, by the time they are getting out of office, they have to give a justification as to why there is increment in what they have. But you find African leadership, a pauper is instituted in authority, and the next thing you see is in 4 years is a billionaire. Driving all the cars, traveling around the world, doing all that you can imagine money can provide, yet he doesn't have any job or any channel of income that justify that resource. Again, it's traceable to lack of value systems. And guess where the problem is? When another cycle of election comes, these same poor people who are only thinking about what to eat today will still clap for them, collect peanuts from them, and give them the ticket to enslave them. This is the crisis of Africa. So we have people who have wealth without work. Number 4, we have people who have knowledge without character. Now, when we speak of leadership, don't make the mistake of assuming we are only talking to politicians. When we talk of leadership, we are talking about people who are in the position to influence others. It could be in the church, it could be in the economic sector, it could be in government and governance. So long as you are in a place where you can influence others, control resources, and determine outcome, you are a leader. And unfortunately, when you study such leaders in Africa, to a very large extent, you find people with knowledge, but little or no character. So a doctor can collect 3,000 naira from a lady and conduct abortion. A lecturer can sleep with a young lady and give her an A. This is why we are where we are. And so, while we understand the driving force for the next economic revolution, like I have listed, we must understand that without character and without value systems, all of these things will not find expression in our immediate context. I'm going to give you examples of nations that are thriving today, and you will see that beyond the knowledge, beyond the resources, the reason for their advancement is traceable to the value systems that determine the foundation of such nations. But like I said, values are the bedrock. Number 5, we have leaders who are transacting business without morality. So people are only interested in gain. There is no moral code that governs gain. There's no moral code that governs how business is done. So today, somebody can go to China and import something and deliberately lower the quality in order to make more money. Today, you go to the pharmacy, you buy a drug, and you discover that the drug cannot improve your health. And when you trace critically, you discover that from the place of production, most of the times, the active ingredients are halved in order to have more quantity. And so they tell you paracetamol is 50 milligrams. What you are taking is 25 milligrams. So the paracetamol that you deal with simple headache is not working. At the end of the day, you choke your body with chemicals, but you are not improving medically speaking. And this is because we have people doing business without morality. Number 6, we have leaders who advocate for science without humanity. These are serious issues around the world. When you see people speak about technological advancement, there is no place where caution is given to create moral structures that determines the boundaries that humanity should not exceed. And so most of the evolutions and technological advancement that we have today that should have become a blessing, because of lack of value, they have become weapons against humanity. Glory. Glory to God. It's on the strength of this that it has become very critical for us to look at the subject of values. Now, let me round up by very quickly, itemizing some of the core values that is required for nation building, and then state also nations that built on these values and have become leaders in the world today when you speak of geopolitics. Number 1 is integrity. Any nation, any sector where integrity is not exalted, integrity is not emphasized, any nation, any territory, any sector where you don't raise the standard and determine that there must be zero tolerance for corruption, it will not matter whatever opportunities, talents, or resources available. They will either be misused or they will not be harnessed. And let me state at this juncture that corruption is not a behavioral weakness. It is a national disaster. Anywhere there is corruption, it must be clamped down. If it is not, the nation will collapse. According to Emerald, in 2022, it is stated that Singapore rose as one of the poorest Asian countries to global powerhouse because of strict anti-corruption policies that was built into the foundation of that nation. So when you look at Singapore today, it's not primarily about the scholars in the nation. It's not about the potentials that the territory holds. It's about their strict tolerance for anti-corruption. I was told, I visited once, that if you as much as drop a chewing gum on the street, you are arrested. So Singapore has not become so great because they have the best scientists. They have not become so great because they have the best businessmen. But they decided that corruption, we have zero tolerance so long as the borders of the nation is concerned. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in 2022, it is stated that Finland became one of the world's most trusted society for building transparent system and ethical governance. And so when you see nations where investors are running into, it's not because the best resources are there. It's because the greatest guarantee for realizing the potential of your investment is traceable to such nations. This is one of the reasons why nations become great, and there are records to this effect. From the U.S. Office of Government Ethics and Historic Review, it is stressed that because the United States developed strong federal institutions early in the 20th centuries and reduced public corruption was the major reason why they broke into economic affluence and economic power. So these nations, they don't really have more potentials than us here in Africa. They have just prioritized values, and these values became very strong foundations that built this nation. So integrity is one of the most critical values that must be upheld if we will develop a nation that will become an envy of other nations. And listen, it doesn't begin with those who are in power. It begins with you. If you will make up your mind today that I will build integrity into my life, just give yourself time. You will not just come into power. You will not just become an influencer in your generation, but you will become a reference point that many generations would trace their own progress and success to. This is why it's critical for us to begin to deal with subjects like this, both at individual levels and at corporate levels. The second value upon which nations are built is the value of the rule of law and accountability. Any nation where you find prosperity, where you find impact, success, is a nation where nobody is above the law. When you come to Africa, you discover that there is selective implementation of the law. The son of a senator can go scot-free when he commits a crime. But you see the son of a poor man commit a crime, then you see the might of the armed forces. That's when you will see lingo and the show of force as to why corruption should be trampled. So we know how to enforce the law when the poor and unprivileged people violate it. But when the big man violates the law, there is an explanation. We can never grow like that. All the things we discuss will become talking points and news headlines if we don't go back to the foundations of value, because these are the powerhouses, power brokers for nations that become truly, truly great. In fact, the investment potential of a nation will grossly decline if there is no rule of law in that nation. No billionaire goes into a nation where the central bank is not giving autonomy for expression. Somebody can dictate what happens there. No investor gets into a nation where some persons can get away with corruption and they want to sink their money. No nation, no investor, either as an individual or a nation, will get invested in any nation where law is not given its prime position, its zenith position, and everybody stays under the law. If you will find nations that will become impactful, the rule of law must be upheld. Good examples are nations like Japan. OECD 2023 stated clearly that after the World War II, Japan blew back into economic relevance by establishing strong legal institutions and enforcing contracts, reliability, and protecting property rights. So the reason Japan became great, even after being hit aggressively by the Second World War, is not just because of the potential of the land. It's because of the enforcement of the rule of law. These are value systems that cannot be compromised. Number 3, value system that we must take into account is meritocracy and professionalism. OECD 2021. This is what it says. Singapore's national civil service transformation is a global case study. Public offices were filled strictly by merit through competitive examination, discipline, and performance. If we have systems and institutions where we give jobs to our brothers and our relatives who are not competent, and we undermine competence, we undermine intelligence, we undermine capacity, we will end up wrecking our own nation. Even as a pastor, I tell my people, you will not make my suit just because you are a church member. We must learn to celebrate merit. We must learn to celebrate competence. We must learn to celebrate people who have capacity. And everywhere there is a lack of competence, lack of capacity, we must not shroud it because of our sentimental affiliation. We must not hide it. We must not sweep it under the carpet. Listen, if you are in the position of leadership, you must strive to improve your capacity. Whatever you are doing, you must tell yourself, nobody must come from anywhere and do it better. The day you discover you are the second best, you have your term and your tenure in that office is over. And in nations where they value things like this, when people fail in leadership, on their own they resign. But in Africa, snake can swallow money and the person will remain in power. This is why we talk and talk and talk, yet nothing happens. In Africa, we celebrate nothing, whereas the things that should be celebrated, nobody cares. When was the last time you saw on national television that they celebrated scholars who excelled in academic competitions? Even the ones that they just left there because they have no choice, like the cowbell mathematics competition. You hardly see these things celebrated. Whereas we celebrate all kinds of nonsense. Things that don't matter because there is little or no regard for value. In Africa, you find first-class graduates who, even on the convocation day, are not celebrated, let alone when they get into society. Now, why will somebody strive to be the best when the easiest way to get to the top is to cut corners? This is why the new form of education is to master compromise and cutting corners. Because at the end of the day, nobody cares your character if you made it to the top. One of the advocacies we must begin to push for in Africa today is to talk down on leaders that failed in their tenures in power. Not to end up naming streets after people who did nothing. Naming buildings after failures. Today, I wonder why we celebrate people. They have all aids, all kinds of aids that come on different platforms to explain why they are failures. And it's so unfortunate nobody can speak to power. That time must come to an end. The new generation rising must judge people not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. But in your own context, we must judge people not by the position they handle or by our affiliation with them, but by what? The impact that their lives command. Because it's so unfortunate that in Africa, there is no celebration of merit and professionalism. In fact, when you do it, you are at risk of being kicked out because you are in a system where corruption is exalted. Number 4, as I begin to round up, is visionary leadership and long-term planning. Study our government in the last 3 or 4 transitions in power. You hardly see any program that is translated from one government to another. Billions are invested into programs. The moment there is change in government, it is dumped. The whole resources wasted. And it's not just about government. It is traceable almost in every sector. And so as it stands today, you hardly find leaders that have long-term plans. I don't think we have documents at the national level that defines the plan of government for Nigeria for the next 30 years. I don't think there is any national document that we are working with that clearly spells out the plan and the vision of government for 2050 or for 2070. Not around education, not around the economy, not around security, nothing. People just tumble into power, they hold on to power, and if they are forced out, they look for a way of getting somebody else to power that they can control so that resources keep trafficking in their direction. It's so unfortunate that with the magnitude of potential that we have in Africa, both in humans and in our territorial structure, we are still at the level where we are. Now, when you study the African context, we came into independence and most of our leaders came into power through agitation, fighting for independence. But you see, if we want continuity in leadership, that point of training, value-added programs, character transformation must become very critical in every sector of our economy, because leadership in Africa is in a very bastardized shape. And it's not because we lack potentials, it's not because we lack values, it's not because we lack resources, it's because the true place of value, character, has not yet been defined, and it is not yet a pursuit and a focus. Finally, is the place of investment in human capacity. There is little or nothing done as touching prioritizing human capacity development. And like I said earlier, so much talent, yet not realized, because either a blind eye is turned to it or nobody cares. Yet when you find these same people who seem to be failing in Africa go across borders, they become celebrated giants because capacities are recognized, harnessed, developed, and given platforms for expression. Values must become our focus in the African context so that we raise leaders with the capacity for national transformation. Now, very quickly, how do we instill these value systems? Number one is by integrating value into formal schooling systems. When we get to school, it should not just be about cramming subjects that sometimes we get out there and never apply. In fact, as a critical component of all our academic institutions, training structures in the country, there must be a very significant place for value development. When I went into the university, I was told degrees are awarded for merit and character. But unfortunately, nothing about character was emphasized until we left the university. Now, most of these Asian countries you see today that are doing very well, studies reveal that the first 3 to 5 years period of child development is based on character and development of skills. Because they know the place of character. They know the place of value. Unfortunately, here, it's not the case. But if we must see the change that we are looking for, we must become very serious about integrating value systems into our training and developmental programs. Number two, there must be the place of mentorship and apprenticeship. We must become very serious about developing people who are not just theoretically inclined, but who have practical and experiential knowledge in different areas of discipline. And so our systems, whether training systems, schooling systems, or career systems, institutions must become very serious about the place of mentorship. Of course, I know that many jobs in Nigeria today, when people are given employment, there is a season where they are treated as trainees. But I think most of these things are just formal. The real focus is not there. If I would say, at this point, I think only the medical sector truly prioritize that place of mentorship where people are allowed to have hands-on training and develop practical knowledge. Number three is the integration, the need for integration and enforcement of transparency and merit, both in the process of bringing people into leadership and position and also in the ongoing process of service. There must be structures put in place to probe what people do with resources and how power is handled. Most developed nations today have very transparent systems where you find budget is clear, implementation is clear. You can go on different platforms and you can tell how much funds are channeled into different institutions, into different sectors, how much they are used for. Not that somebody is in a position of power. When you ask how resources are used, it becomes a challenge. You have to fight, you have to quarrel around these conversations. There must be transparency integrated into our structures as a core component of service delivery in our nation. And then finally, we must become very deliberate about national narratives and rituals as a system of implementing value systems into what we do. In many advanced nations today, they have public ceremonies, they have school rituals, national storytelling programs, where they help people to understand their heritage and where they emphasize strong values upon which the nation is built. These structures must be returned if we want to really instill value into our systems and into the structures that we have in our country. And when this is done, the center stage will be given to value and character. And if we are able to achieve this, then we will be rightly positioned to compete and to stand in a strategic position in this fifth economic revolution. Thank you very much. I believe God will help us.
Okay, we're back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michael Oropo, President, Encounter Jesus Ministries International, for that insightful session. You spoke about character and good value system, and without a good value system, we will not be able to achieve much as a society and country at large. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. That was just amazing. Potentials are very good, but potential without integrity, you're not going to go anywhere with that. People are not going to be willing to invest. So integrity is very critical if we are going to achieve our potential. Please, one more time, a round of applause for Apostle Michael Oropo. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going to the next panelist session, and that session will be on value chains and agri-tech, expanding employment opportunities in modern agri-business. And our panelists will be
Mr. Tajuddin Yahaya, Chief Executive Officer, Extension Africa.
Please welcome him with a round of applause to take his place on the podium. Mr. Michael Okunoye, Regional Program Manager, West African Partners in Food Solutions.
Welcome,
a round
sir.
of applause as we welcome him to the podium, please.
Next on the panel is Mr. Henry Goyet, Lead Researcher, Finishers Institute for Social Transformation. You're welcome, sir.
Also joining us on the platform is Deborah Apochi, founder, CEO, Shield of Women Limited. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause as she makes her way to the podium?
We'd also like to welcome Mr. Greg Ikwe, founder, McGregor's Limited. You're welcome, sir.
We also like to welcome Mr. Ayike O, Technical Planning and Communications Officer, ECOWAS Rice Observatory.
And for the moderator for this session, we have Mr. Joshua of Shield Africa. Welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. To keep the panelist session going very quickly, we will take one question each from each panelist. Please, each person will have just about 3 minutes to answer the question so that we can have enough time for feedback, for questions from the audience. Mr. Moderator, are we good? All right, we're handing over the platform to you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for this opportunity. So just permit me to stand on the existing protocol. What we are talking about in this panel session is value chains and agri-tech. Basically, we're looking at how to expand employment opportunities in the emerging value chains and technology in agriculture. We've heard a lot today. And I have with me here my special panelists who are going to be using, leveraging their expertise to explore some of the questions and unpack solutions to the challenges with respect to this session. I would like to just say this very quickly, panelists. We don't have all the time. We have a challenge we want to address. So just go straight to the point, hit the point. The idea is there are opportunities in agriculture, several value chains, and all of this technology stuff. How do we expand opportunities? Before we go into that, I'd like you to take a minute or like half a minute to tell the audience your name, your organization, and what you're doing. Very quickly.
All right, thank you very much. It's good to be here. And firstly, let me appreciate the convener and also the team that put this great platform together for us to have this wonderful discussion. Thank you very much. My name is Eyike Onojimesike. I'm a technical planning and communications officer at the ECOWAS RISE Observatory. ECOWAS RISE Observatory is a platform where we bring coordination into the rice sector in West Africa. So basically, I deal with the rice component. But just to dive into the area of discussion, most of the speakers, they've actually talked about the issues. We know that the issues are very inexhaustive, and we keep talking about the issues, the gap, the issues. But I would just want to say something with this opportunity. One of the greatest issues that we have is that we must first of all understand that agriculture is transforming beyond just, farm practices, but into a market-driven and technology-driven that can create thousands of opportunities for our youth if properly utilized. And one of the best ways we can achieve this is just through great policies, because the major issue in Nigeria or all around the world is policy gaps, because we have not been able to come to the reality of measuring policy from where we are coming from to where we are and where we are going. So you can see that all the policies we have been revolving around were policies that brought the last generation into where we are. And don't forget that any policy that is not accommodative in nature cannot drive, a space. Take, for instance, we will see in the modern agriculture, the youths are not involved, not because they don't want to get involved. What is the starting point for the youth? Are there policies that actually encourages the youth to belong to that space where we know that the value chains, there are a lot of opportunities? No, because the policies that we are still trying to implement are policies that are absurd. Now, how do we get out of this place to ensure that we move forward to a better future whereby agriculture and technology can meet? Is by simply having policy gap analysis, a review on our policies to see the gaps that are there in the value chain and how to merge this gap into an opportunity for the youth. I want us to let's look at my sector, for instance. My sector, I work in the rice sector. You can see that the policies that we have developed was 2025 as it was getting to elapsion. So we have to look at the opportunities that are within the frame. And we have to call the right key stakeholders, because policies are not developed, on the platform of people who are not the actors. You see government bringing policies that they are not the one to be practically on the field implementing. The farmers who are to benefit from this policy, they are not being carried along. So I see a huge policy gap in our system. And if government will be realistic enough to bring the right stakeholder in play to formulate the right policies that could cause a thriving environment for them, I know that the agri space will be very prosperous, and it will make people, it will become very attractive for actors in that value chain. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, I was saying that you just tell us about yourself and what you do, but then you've answered the question already about policy. So we'll go to the next person. Sir, just tell us about yourself, your organization. I'm coming back to you with your question. And please, you just have like a minute for this. Later, 2 minutes, and then we'll just wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here.
My name is Henry Goitz. I am the lead researcher for FEAST Africa. FEAST Africa is Finishers Initiative for Social Transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Michael Okunoye. I'm the regional program manager for Partners in Food Solution. So Partners in Food Solution is an NGO based in the US. But what we do is we found out that there's a gap in the value chain, and that gap sits with the processor. Everybody's talking about market end, everybody's talking about production end, but nobody's really focused on the processor. So what we do is to bring technical and business expertise by exposing the processors to expertise overseas with multinationals who give us their staff as volunteers, and those staffs mentor agro-processors in Africa that we work in. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Greg Ikwe. I'm the CEO and the founder of McGregor's Limited. And what we do is we deploy tech-enabled solutions and project management solutions within the agri-space. I think I'll be talking more about that. Within the agri-space, you would agree, and it's popular knowledge that averagely for every $1 million invested into the agri-space, it has more potential to create more jobs than every other industry you may pump that money into. So I'll be talking a bit more on the technology part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me start with you, technology. Tell us the opportunities in agri-tech, your sector right now, that maybe, I don't know why, people are not aware of. Or can you tell us, can you say that we're looking at how to expand these opportunities? So what opportunities exist in your sector, right? And then how can we expand it? Now we're talking about unemployment rate rising, I think about 4% now recently. Why is it so? Why are people not coming into your sector more? Or how can we expand it? I don't know if you understand the question. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. You would agree with me that generally, globally, there's an AI boom right now, right? Yes, and every sector is catching that drive for the AI boom, and agriculture is not left behind. So within my sector, my playing in this industry came as a result of some experience I've had from my previous startup. So we worked within the agri-space, and we're working with about 100,000 farmers thereabout. We had beneficiaries across the country in terms of projects we have deployed. But I saw a lot of challenges that technology can solve, and those technologies were not readily available. So I went back with my team and we discussed, okay, how do we deploy technologies to solve this particular issue? So first of all, if you are producing, that is crop production, the first foundation is your soil. If you get it wrong in terms of, is the soil even healthy enough to give me what I'm forecasting to get, you are already building on the wrong foundation, right? So, and most smallholder farmers don't have access to this, right? They don't have access to labs close to them. They're in remote areas and all of that. So how can technology bridge this gap? So we deployed a solution, but it's close-ended now. We'll make it available to the public shortly. It's called AgriAxis, where from satellite and using remote sensing technology, you are able to do your soil test and get your results within 5 minutes. Normally, if you send your soil samples to the lab, it takes about 3-4 days. They will dry it. After they dry it, they will now check the properties and give you your results in 5 to 7 days. So this is able to do it in 5 minutes. And apart from that, it gives you the recommendation, the crop you are looking at, is it actually going to produce? Is it going to produce on this land based on these parameters that have come out, right? So as an extension agent or a project owner or whatsoever, you can use this to make decisions. And we also have other features inside, like crop monitoring. You can check, is my crop actually performing? Does it have nutrients? All from satellite. All you just need to do is to plot out the GPS location of the field, and it gives you this information in real time. And we saw that this is useful to smallholder farmers, project owners, even financial institutions for decision making to support agricultural productivity and food security. But one of the challenge we noticed also is smallholder farmers may not be able to afford this. And secondly, smallholder farmers do not have tech-enabled devices to be able to use this solution. So to bridge that gap, we work with extension agents who can use this as an opportunity to feed information to smallholder farmers in project settings and project owners to have key decision-making information at their fingertips. Yes. So this is an opportunity also for the next generation of extension agents. We are talking about the youth now. They need something like this that can support their work if they are doing work as an extension agent. Thank you.
Sorry, please, can I add something? Just a minute. Please. Please, I am passionate about the youth, and I need to say this. Agritech just expanded the opportunities in agriculture in the value chain. So I would say this, that we have deficit with data, we have deficit with marketing, we have deficit with a whole lot of issues, a whole lot of areas. And it means if you're a data analyst, you could be in the agri-tech space, in the agriculture space. I'll tell you, I came from a mass comm background. I read mass communication. But when I came into agri, my first thinking was, how can I use communication in agriculture? And I think the opportunities are so enormous. And the question saying, the entry point is now easier as against the traditional value chain that we now on. The entry point into agriculture, it's now very easy than it was 10 years ago. Thank you.
We are a social transformation personnel. We are looking at how to expand these opportunities, right? Get more people on board, get to know about it, begin to explore and make money, make lives better. What are the social or cultural barriers that you often encounter when opportunities are coming to maybe rural settlements? Do you understand? And how can we solve those or solve those puzzles? What are the solutions to those barriers?
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question because during the course of my work, I'm a researcher and I'm a grassroots researcher. I go to the communities, I interact with these people, I see what they do. Recently, last week, I was in Jigawa State and I was facilitating a workshop where we were looking at how the people's system work. I think that the major gap is not what the people are not getting right. Is what are we not getting right about the people? Look at these farmers, for example. They have massive amounts of resilience. You see the system that has been working for them. They have systems. They have the way they have been producing food. They have the way they have been farming. They have the way they have been handling their value chain. What I see in the course of my research is that because we are not studying how these people system work for them, we come assuming that we understand exactly what they need, and then we come with that system. That's why most of the time those systems are not sustainable. So for me, what I advocate is go into the communities, and for each community, see how the systems work for them. How do they farm? How do they employ their local wisdom or local abilities to, technologies to carry this farm? We have a lot of farmers here. When I looked around the crowd, it feels like I can see a lot of farmers. Any farmer, raise up your hands, you want to wave? So we have a lot of farmers here, and these farmers understand how these things work. It's just that because we don't understand the level of wisdom that they have, we don't know how to adequately come in and help them. For example, you go to some of these local farmers and you see a farmer is farming potato hectare and he is getting a yield of about 1 ton or 2 tons. But if you go to a place like Israel, you see that the farmer is farming 1 hectare and they are getting a yield of up to 50 tons. Now, I noticed that research shows that just giving them good seeds, quality seeds, can improve their yield by 40%. assuming all farming methodology and farming methods are maintained. They are doing the same thing that they have been doing, just seeds, and it can improve their yield. So what I see in terms of impact on social transformation is the fact that the people in these communities and these villages, we know very little about them. So we know very little about the systems that they do. We know very little about the way the system has been working for them. So when we come with ideas and we come with solutions, we are not contextualizing these solutions. So we are not cascading these big terms and this big technology into the very root of the system. Okay. I have done research in AI, and I've interacted with like real high-level conversation on agriculture. But then going into the communities, I see the kind of wisdom that they have, and then it affects the intervention that we do. And then before you know, you see that most of these interventions are not sustainable.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I understand, you are saying that solutions are not well tailored or customized to the needs of the people receiving the help or interventions.
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Michael, right? So you are into, you help small businesses grow and all of those. There may be people here right now or watching online who are wondering, I'm getting interested in this agricultural thing. Which area will you recommend now that you think is robust enough, has capacity and potential, maybe profit potential, whatever, that you can recommend and say, okay, fine, start from here, do this, do this, do this. What would that be for you, sir?
Yeah, okay, thank you. First off, for me personally, I wouldn't recommend an area saying this one. All areas in the value chain are profitable in agriculture, all areas. First, you need to ask yourself, what is my interest? Where do you have an interest? If you have an interest in, for instance, saying commodity trading, for instance, you have an interest with rice, you have an interest with maize, what you need to do after the interest point is then gain knowledge. Ask people who are in the field, what are they doing? Where have they been? What have they done? You know, where are the pitfalls? So that you'll be able to understand your next step. After you have done that, and I would say this, take the first step by learning under someone. Learn under someone. Why I am saying so is, I was in a company, particularly a rice mill. Eyike has met me before, for 10 years. 10 years, and I was earning just 40K, and I was a graduate for 10 years. But the gain out of it was, I understand everything about the whole process, that now, I am now speaking on a continent base. So, it takes that time of you growing, learn, grow, take steps into understanding what you're doing, and then from there you would blossom. But if I tell you now go into rice, there are challenges in rice that if you don't know, you would fail. If I tell you go into fishery, there are challenges in fishery that if you don't know, you would fail. But I'll first tell you, your interest first is the first thing. All the value chain, we have not done anything yet. Let me be frank with everybody. What we have done is just a fraction of the potential that the agricultural sector have in Nigeria. Thank you.
Very much, thank you very much. I just got information now that I have just 2 minutes more, and you have taken 1 minute out of it. But thank you so much for that interesting addition to this panel session. And so I'm going to summarize this way, everyone. Eyike told us that, remember, value chains and agri-tech, we're exploring how to expand these opportunities. Eyike said policies have to be well analyzed and reviewed again. Mr. Henry told us that problems need to be diagnosed before prescribing. We have to know what is wrong with the people. Right? And then Mr. Michael said, I would not recommend any sector, you should just go into any value chain. However, I would tell you to learn under someone. And then our tech boss told us that they are developing something right now that is still in the pipeline that is going to be helping rural farmers get precision and know all about data in less than 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these beautiful panelists, and thank you. Questions. If you're asking a question,
Hello. Okay.
Direct it to the right person, please.
Okay, your name, the question, and direct it to the person. Please be very quick so that.
And
Mr. AEK, policies.
Yes. My question is that you talk about you are into rice, and generally, how can one have access?
There is no crime in partnership or collaboration with bigger guys who have access to all these facilities. Find a way to partner with them for the meantime, with the aim of that partnership being that you would be able to access certification opportunities for your own business. And then do that for a while and then be able to get access to that. That's the way you can find an easy pathway to get certification and be able to grow. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will just take one more here.
And that.
Good afternoon. My name is Azizat. I'm a farmer. I'm into macro propagation of plantain and banana suckers. We are inside University of Abuja. I'm managing 12 acres of land. So you talk about the soil sampling. When I wanted to plant my plantain, I just look at the visibility of the soil, which I'm not ascertained. So have you already designed the application, which I'm very sure is going to be useful in my farming system, because I'm into rice too. I'm farming cowpea. So I just, we as a farmer, most of our farmers, we always guess. We don't know the topography level of the soil or the nutrients that is inside the soil. So, and also, I just have an observation, like this program like this is meant to collaborate, meet with new people. I would just like to talk to the security that when we go out, maybe after you speak finish, they should just allow us to introduce ourselves so that we'll be able to collaborate and also have partnership. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think unfortunately, that's all the questions we can take, and we don't have as much time. I beg, I'm really sorry. All right, thank you. We'll photographs for the group session, and then they will come down and take.
Yes. Sorry, I've not answered that question. Yes, so it has been developed, and what I was trying to buttress also is there are other tech opportunities you can also introduce to the agri space as a young person. So it's just to study the sector, and because we are still behind in Nigeria. So this has been developed. You will find it on your app store from next month. So you look for AgriAxis. AgriAxis, yes. So it can support your decision making. We have been doing some testing behind comparative with labs. It is not as accurate as the lab yet, but you have 80 to 90% currently. So, but that can support your decision making. Thank you.
These people are about to leave. They were wondering whether they can come over.
Thank you so much, panelists, for that second panel session. And coming up next for our lecture on creating enabling environments, strengthening policy and partnerships to empower young professionals, we have Dr. Osasui Dirisu. Welcome, ma'am. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's hot and sunny out there, but this is a really important and powerful gathering. Thank you so much for having me. I must say that, and I want to stand on already established protocols. I must say that the time I've spent here, I have been truly inspired from the conversations coming from the panel, Apostle session, and then also just some of the questions coming from everyone here. I'm encouraged to know that there's hope. There's hope. There's a flicker of hope, like that things will get better, that people will be more inspired, that there'll be more opportunities for young people to actively participate and take ownership in agricultural spaces. I think one other thing that inspires me is just knowing that we still have organizations like Shield Africa taking that front and center and driving change, in communities and thinking about how all this is shaping, national development. I think I really want to commend my sister. Thank you so much for all you do, and look forward to celebrating bigger and more impactful exploits that you will continue to do in the agricultural space. I'm going to make my presentation as simple, relatable, and short as possible, but given the conversations at the panel, but also given some of the questions coming in, one of the important things to talk about is how do we strengthen policy and partnerships to empower young professionals, really around how we creating an enabling environment for agribusiness to thrive for young people. If by any chance you can, okay, the slides are there, thank you. So I would start with a question, and in agribusiness, it's not necessarily their potential. So let's assume the potential is there. And if you do that, what about innovation? What about entrepreneurship? To what extent can you do well in agriculture without creating an enabling environment for innovation to emerge? For, the panel was talking, somebody on the panel was talking about, is it AgriFix, an app that they are releasing soon. Just imagine what that would be for forecasting soil samples, testing, and knowing exactly what you need to do to create an enabling environment for the yield you are looking for. So when we are thinking about an enabling environment, we need the right policies, we need the tools, we need the resources, but we also need a mindset shift. So I have dimensioned the barriers I'm discussing today into three. One is the cultural perceptions. So what are the cultural perceptions that have limited us from scaling agricultural pathways? Then what about policy fragmentation? To what extent do we have integrated policies that speak to one another? Okay? And then finally, do we have systems that work? Are the systems integrated? So can I get access to finance, access to some literacy opportunities I need, and across that spectrum, get access to the resources I need? How do I solve for access to land? How am I solving for access to digital technology? And how are we bringing all this together? What are value chain pathways? What about issues relating to spoilage? So how are we bringing that end-to-end integration to ensure that we are not developing policies that cannot work because there is no enabling environment for those policies to work? So I'll start with cultural perceptions. There has to be a mindset shift around agriculture. How do we get to see agriculture as mainstream? I go into the university to study agriculture, but when I'm leaving, I'm actually already putting my CV in a bank, in a financial institution, in an NGO or somewhere else, because I really don't see the value of agriculture because of the way it's been sold to us. In fact, when you say, oh, I am studying agriculture in school, I heard that in a meeting I spoke to recently. People start looking at you like, no other course, you know. They'll even ask you, according to what the lady was saying, can you try and still change to something a lot more viable? So there's that cultural perception, and it's something we have sold to young people. So agriculture is not perceived as a high-status, profitable career. And for a lot of people who have succeeded in agriculture, maybe they are not also visible enough as role models and mentors, as Apostle alluded to, so that people can see them and look up to them and say, oh, this is an agricultural farm, this is a farmer, or this is someone who is involved in livestock that I would like to emulate. And then also the impact. So this cultural view begins to limit the aspiration of young people. So until they see that there's no other option, they are not going. We cannot scale and catalyze an agricultural revolution if we continue to see agriculture as a second-class fiddle. What about policy implementation? A lot of our policies are disjointed, and I've talked about that. If we're going to have, and most times when we're doing some work in Lagos around empowering women across the value chain, so we're looking at market access, we're looking at agriculture, small businesses. And one of the things we found out as part of this work, when we started to use an intersectional lens to look at how policies affect women, men, persons with disability, and young people, we find out that it doesn't speak to them the same way. So we already create discriminatory opportunities for people to access services by our policies. So I have a policy that says that you can get a loan, no problem, but A, B, C, D, E are the conditions that you're going to fulfill. What if it's almost impossible, for example, for a young person to have access to land because of all the limiting and binding constraints you already have in our society? And then lack of integrated systems. So what technology is needed to deliver the sort of agricultural revolution we need? Who has access to that technology? We did some work in Edo State, and we're looking at rural women in agriculture and trying to understand how they are linked to value chain pathways, how they are linked to financial inclusion. And some of the very basic questions around even ownership of a mobile phone that is digitally enabled to even get access to information is a struggle. And then we go to ownership of productive assets like land, and we're having a lot of big conversations around biases and social norms. I'm a Bini girl, so I can tell you clearly that any land within the family is for the male child. So that already excludes females. And then that excludes young people. So when we don't have, even if we solve for technology, we need to solve for access to education. We need to solve for access to finance. Then we need to solve for data, for decision making. So even if we are going to scale agribusiness as opportunities for young people, we cannot continue to think in the subsistent way that we did 10, 15, 20 years ago. I did my youth service in Ebonyi State in a rural area. And sometimes in the evening, I just walk into the villages, the neighboring villages around me. Until 7 p.m., you would see farmers digging ridges. Everything completely manual. And some of the issues we were trying to solve in the hospital relating to gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and all those sort of issues were stemming from the kind of stress that people have to go through to put food on the table. So, to what extent can we scale agriculture as a real viable contributor to socio-economic development if we are not thinking about integrating systems? So what are the implications for us as everyone in the room here who is doing something to scale their business, who is trying to be more productive within the agricultural sector? Number one is that mindset shift. So if you're here today and you're doing something, a small farm, a small plantation, can you ask yourself, what if this becomes mainstream? Can I rethink this business not from survival, but can I begin to rethink this as a viable opportunity for me to create wealth, create prosperity, create jobs, employ people, feed my family, feed my country, and have real sustainable impact that becomes transgenerational? So there has to be that culture shift. And I've seen that happen so much. I'll tell you just a little bit of a story with my auntie. So I grew up in the 90s, and one of my aunties then was a teacher. And as a teacher, she was so frustrated on her job. She liked farming and agriculture. And then one day she just went to the market and bought a few kegs of oil and started selling palm oil in bottles. While she was doing that, and she saw how much was coming out of that, she came home one day and said, I can be the next big palm oil exporter in Nigeria. Everybody, including her sisters, laughed at her because they were like, you are just a small deal by the roadside. And she ignored us. I followed her to Okomu Oil the very first time she went to get a tanker. She borrowed the money to get a tanker of oil from Okomu and supply it to a company in Lagos. And that was where her big break started. She kept doing that until she saved enough money to start to buy her own plantations, plants. And right now she's one of the biggest suppliers of palm oil in Benin, and she exports. But the moral of that story was, and the funny thing was, everybody else laughed at her. But it was just that mindset shift that this can become something massive. It wasn't because she really had the capital. Imagine, and she's encountered a lot of challenges with policies, exports, quality. Of course, this has not been without challenges. But imagine if she did not start with just shifting her mindset that this is not subsistence selling oil in a bottle. I can become the next big thing in the palm oil sector. And then implications also exist for policy integration. I'll talk a bit more about that. And then building integrated systems that speak to one another. So as simple as it looks, changing these perceptions is essential for unlocking youth potential in agribusiness. Youth must see agriculture as a high-status career, offering opportunities for leadership, technology adoption, and economic growth. And I believe that shift and change in perception is one of the reasons why Shield Africa is committed to doing this sort of summit every year, so that a lot more people see that need to make the mindset shift and begin to bring that attitude into their work. Now, I've talked about the role of young people, what they need to do. What is the role of government? Because many times we are quick to say young people should think, young people should innovate, young people are not doing enough, and they are not they have to be more passionate, they have to push more, push harder, start small, get a tire, put some snails in. So we can continue that conversation. But what is really the role of government in creating an enabling environment? The first thing is co-creating policies that bring young people to participate in the design of those policies. Asking, how does this policy work for you? The example I gave about Lagos State and our work with domesticating the women economic empowerment policy. When we started working, everybody thought that, oh, you have a document, just print it, put front page, put cover, put forward. We said no. So we dimensioned all the groups in Lagos. So in terms of market people, who are the market women? The ones that sell, the farmers, different types. We did a similar work in Edo State, also dimensioning everyone within that ecosystem. Who is selling coconut? Who is selling pineapple? Who is selling plantain? What needs to change for the policy environment to work? And why is it important? Some people doing some form of business will require, for example, more land than others. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And then we started to bring those expectations and those conversations together. And then even when we started to validate the policy framework, we brought everybody into the room. To the extent that now, you will find people saying that, oh, PIC knows how to convene grassroots. It's not really that we know how to convene them. It's just our commitment to ensure that by the time a policy document is launched, everybody has ownership of how that policy can work for them. So those frameworks must take a holistic approach, address all the different things. Now the policy has been launched by the governor. We have not stopped. We have now started what we call a policy testing phase. So we are looking at all the different elements of this policy. at what level, at what threshold is it reasonable to give a farmer a loan in terms of interest? What about those at different stages of the value chain? What is the impact of informal taxes? What is the impact of ill health? Because somebody is making 200,000 naira a month and we're all very happy with progress. What happens if the person falls ill and needs to drop 1 million naira for treatment? It wipes off that entire profitability spectrum. So these are some of the iterations we're doing to test the policy and then make real recommendations to government as to what the policy framework should be like, in what context it would work, for whom it will work for, and how it will be sustained. What resources are required to fire or power this policy? Those are critical conversations, and government has to be the enabler. It's not something that we can leave for the average citizen. It's the role of government to create that enabling environment. So youth empowerment in Nigeria has to go beyond saying, oh, we have given you land, we have given you finance, we have given you training. It has to speak to an end-to-end process of looking at the spectrum. So what are some strategic policy levelers for Nigerian youth in agribusiness? I have dimensioned them into 4. One is land access, very critical. The second is finance. The third is skills. And the fourth is access to markets. Access to markets is as critical as having land. If you've finished farming, you cannot move your goods to where they are going to be sold. You cannot store the goods in a way that keeps them fresh until they get to the market. Then you are not going to be able to do that end-to-end transformation. And the final thing I think is important to talk about today is embracing systems thinking in thinking about scaling agricultural development. And why do I think that systems thinking matters in agriculture? System thinking helps us to view agribusiness challenges as not isolated issues, but part of an ecosystem where each element, the policy, the technology, the finance, and the education must have a sort of synergy that helps to understand if one drops, what is the implication on the entire value system? So system thinking begins to help us to see, I want to start an agribusiness. Even if I have the money, what are the other critical things I must have in place to ensure that this business succeeds? Even if everything is not in place, if you adopt that systems thinking approach, at the beginning of your business, you can think about all the critical elements that are important. And system thinking helps to ensure that when we are thinking about a youth-focused transformation in agribusinesses, all the policies, procedures, technology that we need to scale are all in place. As an example, if we have a policy, for example, that provides land rights for youths to do agricultural business, without the technology that guarantees the yield, how are you going to pay for access to the land? So if you were supposed to yield at 100%, if you had soil quality at this level, and all that has been solved for is access to land, not access to technology, if your yield is 50%, you've run yourself out of business. So without that technology that enables precise and efficient use of the land, then we cannot really scale agricultural business. And if you provide young people with loans without business and financial literacy programs, this can lead to, of course, failure of the business and their inability to scale agricultural transformation. So as I round up, agribusiness, agri-tech is a gateway for youth empowerment. Technology is key to unlocking the potential of young people in business. It's not just about the tools, it's about providing the resources and technology to overcome all the barriers that currently limits young people from doing things at scale. When we think about digitizing agricultural inclusion, then we get to a place where people can use those simple digital tools to improve access to services, access to information, access to pricing. We spoke to some women farmers when we had our summit, post-summit event in 2023, and one of the biggest things they were solving for was even pricing. I sent goods at 50 naira to the market only to go and realize that the goods could have been sold out from the village at 100 or 150 naira. And it's also important as we begin to think about this, not to forget the inclusion lens. So ensuring that there's gender representation in the way we are thinking about opportunities, ensuring that women are not left behind, ensuring that persons with disability are not left behind, and ensuring that we are able to create a framework that ensures equitable access to resources for people in agricultural business. And finally, where do we go with the current barriers and policy reforms that need to happen? In terms of gender equity, we already know that there are a lot of things that hold women back. Land access, financial exclusion. If we think that men are excluded in terms of resources, much more women. If we can address these barriers, we can unlock a lot more opportunities for young people to create a more resilient and innovative agribusiness. So in rounding up, I just have 3 short messages. One is we need a perception shift. For me, it's a case of innovate or die. So we need to begin to think about agribusiness differently. I'm borrowing from the words of Apostles' session. We need to solve for values. Or that value of the persona of the young person who has graduated, gets a high-flying job, is in a very fancy car, has a big job, and is living in a good house. All those are good, but it's not possible for us to provide employment opportunities in the formal sector for almost 70, 80 million young people under 25. So if we begin to see that there's bigger potential in the area of, for example, agribusiness, just that change in perception, we can unlock a lot more human capital coming into the sector. And the second one is policy integration. Just as I've used as an example our work in Lagos State, we need to begin to work more closely with government to see how we can create integrated policy frameworks that work in our setting. And then finally is integrated systems. How do we bring financial inclusion, data management systems, technology, and access to resources together such that using a system thinking approach, if you are going into agribusiness, you do not solve for land and go on for 3 to 4 years not making profit before you remember that you need to come back and solve for technology. You go again, then come back and solve for access to markets. You go again and come back. If we embrace an integrated framework, then we're able to think more inclusively about this and hopefully use agriculture as the critical vehicle to build a sustainable nation. With the amount of land and natural resources that a country like Nigeria has, we have no business discussing food insecurity, and we have no business discussing unemployability of the average Nigerian youth. Thank you so much for listening and looking forward to better opportunities to improve the well-being of our country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Osasui Darisu, the Executive Director of Policy Innovation Center. Thank you so much, Ma, for that insightful session where you spoke that for effective policy and partnership, we need the people, we need the government, and we need effective data management. So we've specially packaged the next session coming up as a way to enjoy our roots. Coming up again on the stage is Avila Global Heritage Dance Groups, and they'll be presenting the West African Unity Dance. Thank you.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Is that how you clap for such excellent dancing? I think it was about 15 years ago. I was working majorly as a performance poet, and I had the opportunity to travel to Turkey with a group of dancers. So they said, well, since you're going to be doing the poetry, we're going to be dancing, come and join us for rehearsal so that you can dance a few. Ladies and gentlemen, we slept. They woke me up about 9 p.m. We started the rehearsal. After 30 minutes, I swore by my ancestors, you people should take your visa, take your turkey, take your payment. And I didn't go. The stress of that thing they just did, it takes a lot of physical fitness, the endurance, the patience. Please, one more time, a round of applause for that excellent presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about our impact story. And to lead us into this journey, can we please welcome to the podium? Are you coming up or we'll come down? I think we'll come down. Yes, the cameras can zoom in. So I'll come down and we will be taking her. She'll be leading us through her impact story. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the President, CEO, Shield Africa, Osenaga Orokpo.
Hello, everyone, again. Good afternoon. I will be taking us through very quickly, specifically on the impact story of the Shield Africa Farmers Academy. Like I stated during my address earlier in the day, that last year, 15 November 2024, we mentioned that part of the initiatives, part of the interventions towards ensuring youth empowerment, specifically in the area of agriculture, is to, or would be to, institute the Shield Africa Farmers Academy. And we didn't just say it as mere words, but we actually made sure that we actioned our words. And after that event, Shield Africa Farmers Academy was instituted. We piloted in 2 states, specifically Benue State and Gombe State. And to speak specifically also more about what we did in terms of the work, we identified 2 value chains or 2 food chains in Benue State. They were cassava and aquaculture, fish. And then in Gombe State, we identified rice as the food chain where we wanted to have the impact. The next thing we did was to go on the ground and look for youths. Now, if you remember, I think it was during the minister's speech, we made mention of rural-urban migration. And one of the ways to curb that, because, I mean, people living in the urban areas, it's fantastic. People moving also from the rural areas is also fantastic. But what happens as a result is continuous, let's just say we begin to over-labor the resources in the urban areas. And then what happens as a ripple effect is that the rural areas begin to suffer. And whether we agree or not, majority of some of the resources that we need to thrive in the sector of agriculture is actually in the rural areas. I'm talking about the land specifically. I'm talking about even people. So what we decided to do was to go into these rural areas, look for young people who some of them were graduates already from different institutions, but were just waiting for an opportunity that would shine on them in terms of job creation. And then we engaged them. Many of them have parents who have farms, but these ones really were not, let's say some of them didn't even have interest in agriculture. Some of them did not have any knowledge in agriculture, but we started with capacity building. We worked with the Federal University of Agriculture, now called Sawataka University, and then we started some initial lecture sessions, moving across these communities, teaching them in theoretical aspects of, for Benue specifically, we looked at even rice production, we looked at aquaculture, and then we looked at cassava. We took it a step further and then took them to the fields. Part of what we also did was to work with these communities to identify lands we got free lands. We were able to hire some of the lands. We were able to get some of them donated by the communities. And then when we got these lands, we got the inputs provided. So Shield Africa got the land, got all the inputs, worked with the university to provide the lecturing, and then we got the students on board. And when we got the students, this has gone on for roughly about 6-7 months now. And then we started training them. These students on their own, together with a team of experts, have been able to do all of this work from the beginning till now that we have some of our harvest. For our cassava, cassava takes some time. So we still have our cassava in the field. I don't know if the impact video can show, but we actually do have the cassava process still going on. What we decided to do for this program this year was to bring some of our students. We couldn't bring all of them because there are over 400 of them. So we brought some of them from Benue State, and we have the representative from Gombe State, because Gombe was quite far, so we couldn't bring a lot of people, but we tried to bring majority of them from Benue State. Would you please put your hands together for our Shield Africa Farmers Academy first cohort as they come forward and make their presentation to you. Please, all of you, come forward. And your team of coordinators, I would like to call on Moses at this point. I would also like to call on Emmanuel Onyugba, who have been your coordinator, as well as James Agogo, who has also been your coordinator. Kindly come forward, all of you. Thank you. Put your hands together for them. Emmanuel Onyugba and Moses. Yeah, Moses, let me hand over to you. So you make an introduction, talk to them about how you went through fish production. You will talk about Gombe, you will talk about Benue. All right, so over to you.
All right, thank you so much, the CEO, Shield Africa. We are grateful for the privilege. As a matter of fact, personally, I'm grateful. Being one of the coordinators or facilitator, I'm so grateful because it's an avenue to learn more, and I'm really, really grateful, and so are the students. All right, so we went into fish production. First, we started with lectures. We started with lectures in our classes. We taught the students what it is all about fish, and how the fish grows, what the fish eats, how to take care of the fish, and how to create that environment for the fish to thrive well. We took them through the process. We now took them to the field. Taking them to the field, we showed them what the pond is, the different type of ponds we have. Now telling them the pond also represents the river. We're just trying to create the river in an artificial environment. Then we brought in water into the pond, which makes it now our artificial aqua system. Then after that, we also went and taught them how to hash this fish. We did hashing, and after hashing, sometimes the condition needed for this fish to hash, they were all passed through these processes. Then we hash the fish, and then we introduce them to the pond, where we feed them with the required meal per the stage of growth. Each stage of growth requires a particular type of feed. And at this point, they all know the type of feed they all need at a particular point for each type of fish. So after that, it was time for harvest. At 6 months, our fish were already grown. We got over 2 kg, 1 kg, 3 kg weight of fish. We process them by smoking, and this fish, we have added value to it. This is not the normal smoked fish you see in the market. Whatever we got here, if you taste it, you have a bite of it, it's something completely different from what you have in the market. And what we are processing can stay for a very long time without going bad. Whatever is there now can stay for a very long time without going bad. Also, we have a good number of fresh fishes outside there. If you pass through, you can also see. If you want point and key, you will get some. This is what we did here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I want one member or so of your team to at least say something. Who will speak on behalf of your team? Okay. No, a female, please. Okay, yeah. So just tell us in 1 minute how the experience was for you. And I think we just want to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to Shield Africa for this opportunity. We want to say thank you very much to Shield Africa for this great opportunity for us to be part of this program. At first, from the beginning, it was stressful, and we don't even know that it was going to come out like this. But we thank God today, here we are, presenting what we just did in 6 months. So we thank you.
What's your name?
My name is Grace Ikande from Uju. Wow. Shield Africa Academy, Uju.
Fantastic. Okay, let's quickly hand over to the Rice team from Gombe. Hi, Emmanuel.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, so here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it talking?
Yes,
Good
it's
afternoon,
talking.
everyone. Thank you very much. We the team from Gombe. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We the team from Gombe. We are so glad to have Shield Africa come into Gombe. We got into Gombe and were able to get portions of land, almost 20 hectares. And after getting that, we were able to get some for dry season farming and some for rainy season farming. So this is the proceeds from, some of the proceeds from our rainy season, rain-fed farming. So we began by preparing the land. We used a tractor. We tested the rain-fed land because the place is an arid region and there's no much rain, and we discovered that there will be short rain in that period. So we said, let's just use it and test the ground. So we just prepared a small portion of the land for a rain-fed farming, and we're able to prepare the land with the tractor. After preparing the land, we got rice paddy. We planted them. We planted CP rice, and we're able to plant it. We're able to empower young people to work there and also gain skills in the land, in the sowing. After the sowing, we're able to apply fertilizer, but we try to be organic in our operations. Yeah, we applied around very minimal amounts of fertilizer so that it doesn't affect the land. We're like organic in our operations. We're trying to improve nature and everything. And then we're also less on herbicides. We aren't using more herbicides. We went more on manual weeding. We weed the land and all. And then when we're done, we monitored the rice to ensure its growth. And I told you earlier that Gombe is an arid region. Those who are there, we testify. So this period, the pattern of the rain and everything affected a lot of things, but we're able to still get yields. And after our monitoring, we're able to harvest. Yes, so when we harvested, we bagged it and we brought it all the way, brought some of them all the way from Gombe to Abuja. And we are so grateful to Shield Africa because I see this more as empowering and building capacity of the young people to be able to really prove themselves and show that young people can do something with their lives. Young people can be productive. Young people can bring something. You know, in Africa, our former president, the late one, said, young people are lazy, Nigerian youth are lazy. But Shield Africa has proven that young people can go to the farm and produce something out of the farm. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just to mention, many of the students you hear testifying today have no background in agriculture, have never farmed in their lives. But he, for example, led the team of young people who farmed this season with zero or no supervision. they were able to make the impact that they made. Please, let's put our hands together for them. And as we said earlier during our speech, as I said earlier, we are going to scale this up in 2026. And I think I would really at this point want to say that this is an invitation to all people in the house representing different organizations, that we are open to partnerships, because for the last 1 year where we have worked, everything we've done in Shield Africa has been self-funded. Everything, so I have had to personally drive Shield Africa Farmers Academy as well as our initiatives, because I believe strongly in the future of agribusiness in Africa. But I cannot do it alone, so I'm going to, at this point, call on everybody who is very interested in the future of agribusiness in Africa to partner with us as we scale this. And I really believe that we will make tremendous progress in the future. As part of our fundraising, we will be selling, the students will be selling this. How much are you selling one? How much are you selling one? Okay, 5,000 naira, okay. And they said if you taste it, I've not tasted it, but I will. They said if you taste it, it's different from the normal fish in the market. So please, when you're going, please take some time to stop at the stand and buy a pack of this to support what has been done. And like we also mentioned earlier, part of what we intend to do to empower them after their first cycle of learning is to actually give them the initial input, the seed support that they need for their first stage of production after they graduate from the academy. For example, these ones who have graduated from the academy will be getting 300 fingerlings each so that they can scale their personal agribusinesses. And there are many other aspects. For example, the Sustainability Lab, where we teach businesses to be sustainable by first registering their business. Many of them will now start registering their own farms and growing along the line. So again, thank you everybody for your support, and God bless you all. Put your hands together for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, he's correcting me on the price. But don't worry, when people stop by, just tell them the price, and all the best. Thank you, and good afternoon. Mr. Reward? Thank you.
Okay, so the pack is 10,000.
No, we're not selling the rice. We're actually going to partner with a rice mill for value addition. We will.
Whoa.
Yes, we really want to finalize the chain. So we will bring the rest and work with the rice mill and actually produce real rice that we will all eat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much for that. So it just shows that at Shield Africa, we don't only talk about problems, we prepare solution, and our team word is sustainability and development. So from our impact story, we've seen how far we've been able to come from the inception that took place 15th November 2024. So a round of applause for Shield Africa. Thank you. So what's next, Mr. Reward?
Up next, we're going beyond agriculture. Beyond agriculture, diversification, partnerships, and prosperity.
And the moderator for that session, so this is our final panel session for today. The moderator for this session is Barrister Arome Abu, the managing partner of the Council LP. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Also joining us on stage will be the co-founder and chief operations officer, Tangents AI, Abidemi Aborishade. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause?
Welcoming also on stage is Mrs. Ifeje Meatu Tochukwu Namoko, T-Billion Construction and Facility Management Limited. Welcome, Ma.
Thank you very much. And last but not the least in any way, Chiazokam Obingwa, Managing Director, TradeWave Limited. Shall we welcome him also with a resounding round of applause?
And our timekeeper for this session
will be your humble self. So I'll be keeping the time to ensure that everybody keeps to their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reward.
All right. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. I would like to welcome you to this all-important session themed Beyond Agriculture, Diversification, Partnership, and Prosperity. And I'd like to thank you for being patient with us and staying up till this time. So, although we are all gathered here under the umbrella of agriculture, but this segment seeks to make a detour into other ecosystems that intersect with agriculture. So if you're a student of history, you know, the period immediately preceding the 18th and the 19th century, you discover that agriculture was done manually, through manual labor. But with the Industrial Revolution of the 18th and the 19th century, we saw how that mechanized farming gradually phased out manual labor. So today we have distinguished personalities. Unlike the previous sessions that we have had before now, none of them have backgrounds in agriculture. So the idea is that Africa is bigger than agriculture. So we'll be taking turns in, let me say, 10 seconds to introduce ourselves and our background before we take the questions. Starting from you, Abidemi.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abidemi Borishade. I am the co-founder and COO for Tegence AI. We are an AI company in Nigeria, and what we do is we build smart solutions and AI-powered systems for different businesses around Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ife Jamatu, and I'm a co-founder of...
Sorry, can you post it on the stage? I don't know if it says... Yeah, thank you. It's better now.
I'm a co-founder of T-Belong Group. It's a real estate investment company. And what we do basically is to help people to improve their wealth, to grow their wealth in the real estate sector. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Shazoka Mubinwa. I'm the Managing Director at TradeWave Group. We help people diversify investments into financial markets, CFDs, and crypto. Also, we've diversified.
If you're not speaking, you can just mute, put off your mic temporarily while you're not speaking.
Yeah, so we have also diversified into real estate and currently media. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So my first...
3 minutes each person.
Thank you. So because of our time, we're going to be limiting our interventions to 3 minutes. So my first question is to Abidemi, whose background is in tech and AI. So what opportunities in tech and AI drew you into tech?
Okay. So my background is quite diverse. I started with business administration in university, and then I went further with my master's in the hospitality industry. And while I was doing my MBA in the hospitality industry, I finished and just realized that there was more to my sector. So the thing about technology, particularly AI, when we first started in 2020 during the lockdown, we were looking at how technology can go beyond the boundaries that we have as a country or as a continent. And AI is very particular about scale. So if you're trying to scale your business or you're trying to do something that manually would have kept you or made you use like long years, with AI you can do that in minutes and seconds. The last panel session, we're talking about testing soil in 5 minutes. This is what technology and AI technology can do for businesses. So what pulled me in was the fact that our company wanted to be able to solve problems quickly, so that people can have more time to build more, do other things, while leaving manual processes optimized. So that was basically my background. And I would say that as a company now, we have worked in so many sectors, industries, from the banking to hospitality, real estate. We've also done work for the agricultural sector, particularly with the post-harvest loss. And I can say that AI is a game changer for every sector, including the agricultural industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I'm going to be turning to Ife Giamatu. I hope I got that correctly. So what opportunities or prospects in real estate pulled you into that field, that sector?
Okay, real estate has diverse opportunities. So you have the commercial, the residential, and even in agriculture. Because what we're trying to do is to build sustainable cities. We are going beyond just building houses, but then we are trying to include everybody, even the agri sector. So what we do basically is to make sure that for every estate that we're developing, we integrate a bit of agriculture in that. So what we do now is to build green infrastructure to ensure that for every home, they have access to agriculture, no matter how little it is. Even if it means growing something behind your balcony, it's something. So there's also loads of opportunities in agency. There's opportunity in renting. There's opportunity in facility management, and a whole lot of opportunities in the real estate. So it was actually based on passion for solution that drove I personally into real estate development and investment growth.
Thank you so much for that robust intervention. So at this juncture, I'm going to be turning to Chiazokam. So can you tell us what prospects drew you into the Forex market?
All right, thank you for that question. First of all, I have a medical background. I'm trained as a physical therapist, and I decided to move into finance at my 400 level after doing some bit of mathematics inside my head and calculating what I wanted to do with my life. And I found out that I had more passion in finance than I had for medical practice. And after I did my internship, did my service, that was how I waved goodbye to medical practice and fully moved into finance, which has been amazing. Now, talking about some of the opportunities available, the fact that the financial market offers a low-level entry barrier to especially youths in Nigeria is really amazing. Statistics says that less than 60% of Nigerian is below 30 years old. And that means that we have a very youthful population, which is the reason why people are running to Africa, but Africans are running out of Africa. It's a paradox, but that's just the reality. So being a youthful population gives us the privilege to explore the potentials available in the financial market and offering us low entry barrier because, for instance, you can start trading, for instance, maybe CFD or stocks with as little as $5 or $10. And these opportunities are available with apps on your phone that you can download and start making your investments as soon as now you're sitting down. So it makes it accessible to everybody. So there are a lot of opportunities you can explore around the financial market, whether it's investing in stock, whether it's investing in CFD, Forex, crypto, or related opportunities. And there's no limit. There's no limit to how much you can make. There's no limit to how much you can be able to make in the industry. So that's just a lot of opportunities around the industry I'll highlight. Maybe I'll talk more about that in another question.
Thank you very much. So our last question, I'm going to be coming back to you again, Abidemi. Would you consider a diversification into agriculture in the future? If yes, can you tell us why? And if no, why not?
So of course the answer is yes. And the answer is yes because agriculture is very important. Everybody is going to eat food at a point in their life every day. So it is very important for us to go into agriculture. But the good thing about us is that we don't have to all take cutlasses and hoes in order to get into the agricultural sector. From my standpoint as an AI expert, we have already entered into agriculture in supporting systems. So in mechanized farming, predictive analysis, helping with building solutions that can basically assist in getting the kind of yields in our farms that we need. With the population growing, just human effort is not enough. And now that AI is here, we can use artificial intelligence to assist in the different farming procedures and help them from farm to market as optimized as possible. So definitely, we're definitely diversifying into agriculture with AI.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. So to you, Ife Jamat, would you consider diversification from real estate to agriculture?
Of course, I will. We are already integrating agriculture with real estate, like I said earlier. So what we are doing now is to encourage greenhouse farming on a lower scale. For every home, you should be able to feed yourself. That's what we are preaching to the investors already, to make sure that they farm things that would feed their household. And also, we are very big on mentorship and coaching as well, to educate every investor and also people who are not investors on the importance of agriculture. Like she said, everybody must eat, even the animals must eat. Even the plants, you have to feed them, either with manure or with fertilizer or something. So agriculture is very important because it's actually the future. There is nobody that will survive without feeding. So it's something that we are really considering in the future.
Thank you very much. So to you, Chair Zokam, would you leave the fortunes of FX for agriculture?
All right, so I would say that I've already diversified into agriculture by marital implications, because lately my wife has been very obsessed about agriculture. You know, lately every time maybe we want to cook stew, you know, and on a normal day we buy leaves and all of that. You say, no, don't worry, don't buy this one. We have it at the back of the house. And I by the time I go to the back of the house, I'll just say she has partitioned some areas and just planting little things. And every now and then we want to buy it and say, no, we have this one at the back. I'm wondering, when did you plant it? Recently she, you know, pulled out some, I think it was water leaf or something, like in bulk. And I asked her, how far, where is this coming from? She said, it's at the back of our house. I said, this back here. You get, so it's, people must eat regardless. So there's no how you can even say, whether you like it or not, you are implicated because you buy food stuff every day. So you're investing in agriculture, whether you like it or not. Provided you're eating egusi soup, from egusi to rice to whatever it is you're eating, you're already investing in agriculture. So by implication, we are all involved. So the best I think we can do is to lend our voices to the people, organizations like Shield Africa. They are doing amazing things, trying to encourage. I think this event is very applaudable. And if you're enjoying what's going on, the best you can do is to lend your voice. Lend your voice and let's, call on the government and everybody, stakeholders that can be able to put more into the industry, put more into the sector, and let's make it better for every one of us. I think today also is the first day that I'm hearing of something about food sovereignty. I was listening to the Minister of State talk about it, and it made a lot of sense. And I thought about it, when there was war between Ukraine and Russia, a lot of countries suffered this in terms of food. But imagine if those countries had food sovereignty, they were not depending on maybe Ukraine or Russia for anything, any part of their food. And that would be amazing. So if here in Nigeria we are able to attain that, we can shut our borders. And the things we beg them for, they would come back begging us for if we achieve that. What do you guys think? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In my introductory comments, I had made mention of the evolution of agriculture from manual labor to mechanized farming. And if agriculture failed to intersect with technology, we would have been where we were. And today, with AI and tech, I hear now that we can have robots harvest fruits from farms. So the conversation continues. So at this juncture, I'm going to be turning to the audience. We would like to take questions, at least one question. And if you ask me, can we give priority to the online participants?
Yes, actually, it's your prerogative.
All right, so
can we online, we will give the online audience, anyone who has a question. If it's a typed message, we can read it. If it's a video, we can take it. Does anyone online have a question? No for now. Okay. So just be checking. Those of us who are online, you can send your questions, as a message on our platforms, and we'll pick them up. All right, we'll take 1 or 2 questions here. All right, any question? All right, it doesn't appear we have any questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this juncture, I'd like to take closing remarks from our panelists, starting with you, Abidemi. Thank you. 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. So the thing about artificial intelligence is when we hear about it, we think it's for big organizations and for big problems. But the truth is, artificial intelligence is for grassroots as well as the big problems. We can solve problems from as little as your soil, the seed quality, testing for diseases with plants, and get it to as big as your harvesting and taking it to the market. Artificial intelligence is here to help everybody in the agricultural sector, and we truly hope, as an organization, I truly hope that we get to work with a lot of you that are going into agricultural businesses so that we can help you to optimize your systems and your processes. Thank you.
I just want to encourage every entrepreneur here that for you to grow your investment, it doesn't have to be so much. You can start with, in the real estate business sector, you can start with agency. I did agency at some point. You can start with renting, shop rentals and all that. Then I have this thing I always tell people, even if you're a cleaner in somebody's house, you can offer to plant for the person, just like my brother here said about his wife doing something behind her house. So it's something that everybody can do. You can bootstrap from wherever level you find yourself. And I want to just tell us to stay focused, be consistent in whatever it is that you're doing. It will eventually grow, no matter how little it is. Thank you very much.
Shazakam.
All right. To round up, I would say, first of all, growing wealth, in my opinion, is a combination of both active and passive sources of income. So as much as possible, if you're already actively making money from, agriculture, trying to play in the sector, as much as possible also, you can also diversify into sources where you can make passive income, which includes the financial market. So as much as possible, my encouragement is not just to build wealth on one leg. You can't stand on one leg for too long. You have to depend on both active and passive sources of income. If you're already exploring the active part of it, which is agriculture, going into planting, whether commercial or subsistence, however you're doing it, also consider diversifying into some other sector that can give you opportunities to earn passively so they can build wealth holistically. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we'll calm down and take our pictures. Just at the center, and then the convener will.
Thank you so much. So who can guess what stage we're at now? What stage? What's the final stage? Closing? No. No, what's the final stage? Thank you. So we have gotten to the bottom pot. You know that pot? Jollof rice. Who knows the buns part? You know. Thank you. So we've gotten to the last and final section for the conference for Shield Africa 2.0 2025.
Yes, and indeed at this point in time, we are going to be announcing the grant winners. Those who are going to be getting $1,500 each of our people who are going to come up here. But I'm going to hand that session over to someone who is going to lead us through the process, what happened before, what they did, why they qualified. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome to the podium someone who has over 15 years of global experience at the intersection of strategy execution and systems transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium with a round of applause. The lady who is going to announce the winners who are going to be working away with the grants this year, Olamide Dauda. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause, please? Thank you very much for your patience, but now we're going to announce the winners.
Yay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on existing protocols. It is indeed an honor to serve my favorite part of the jollof rice, the bottom of the pot. Last year, we awarded Shield Africa. It started the grant program, awarding 3 recipients 1.5 million naira each. Sorry, I've been corrected, 2 million naira. And I want to add that this was self-funded, so can we give a round of applause for that, please? And so this year, although we received hundreds and hundreds of applications, the process was much more thorough. We had a panel of agricultural experts who reviewed the application, and then we had a team that was shortlisted. From that shortlist, we arrived at 3 awardees. And I want to just talk about the process, right? So for the candidates that were shortlisted, the committee looked at job creation, environmental sustainability, but as well the viability of the business. Do they have a good financial management track record? And even in terms of their agricultural processes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are cutting 3 checks, $1,500, like we said, to 3 participants. Do I have the dummy checks? So with that, it gives me great honor to call our convener and our founder, Mrs. Osenaga Orokpo, who will be presenting the, yes, that deserves a round of applause, who will be presenting the awards. All right, I apologize in advance if I don't pronounce your name correctly. First winner of the $1,500 grant from Shield Africa Summit, I'm pleased to invite Friedman Abechi of Quality Global Limited, Abuja. Round of applause, everybody. Congratulations to Quality Global Limited. You are the first winner of the $1,500 grant for the 2026 Shield Africa. Yes, let's keep clapping. Got the champ. Congratulations. Yes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I would like to please request for the dummy check, please. Technical, assist me, please. And our next finalist is Obadia Adamu Roro of Arroz Food Limited from Kaduna State. Congratulations.
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my
The man who asked the question is winning.
Yes.
Please put your hands together and celebrate him. $1,500 is going into your agricultural business. For the champions, stand up, stand up. For the champions,
stand
amazing,
up.
Amazing.
All right, well, one more.
And finally, the third winner of the $1,500 grant from Shield Africa is no one but Blessing Jonah Ejika of Adonroy Spectrum Limited from Niger State. Blessing, can we give her a round of applause, please?
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited.
Let's keep it going. Well done.
I have vision.
To our woman champion of the grant winner.
Here she comes.
For the champions,
stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up.
stand up. For the champions, just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Can we stand up for the champions and celebrate them? Stand up, stand champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up. Oh yeah.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Shield Africa.
I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up.
How does he feel?
When I fall down,
I'm super excited.
He's super excited. And you, mother?
And when I fall
I don't know how
down,
to express how I feel right now.
She's about to cry. Let me remove the microphone. And you, sir, how do you feel? $1,500 is added to your account.
I feel good.
He feels good. I will feel good too. Congratulations. Please put your hands together for them.
stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. 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 Stand up.
All right, individually, please come this way. Both of you come this way so that he has enough space to take his picture. Ma, did they take with you individually? Okay, they've taken individually. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. It's good to have you. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, it's done. Shall we put our hands together one more time and welcome her for such a tremendous outing, such an impactful outing for our final vote of thanks.
Again, good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank God, first of all, for the huge success that we have seen today. Honestly speaking, I did not expect this. People who are close to me know how much we panicked about the success of this year's event. We did a lot of investments this year, so we were not sure exactly how ready we were for version 2 of Shield Africa Summit. But here we are, again, applauding to another successful Shield Africa Summit. So I really, really want to thank God. I want to thank my family, everyone who has supported. I must mention my husband, Dr. Michael Orokpo. I know he has had to run to catch his plane, but I want to thank him in absentia for the huge support. I want to thank the Shield Africa team. As we mentioned earlier, we have expanded beyond just being a not-for-profit. We now have some for-profit entities. So I want to thank the Shield Africa team. I want to thank the Skywide Media and Events team, the entire coordination for today. I mentioned that this hall space that we are in, as well as the equipment, even the stage we're standing on, everything was coordinated by the Skywide Media and Events team. And I think at this point, I'll just say, if you have an event, make sure you use our space. We're still testing the waters, but I think we'll be happy to discuss and work with you to make your event beautiful and successful. I particularly want to welcome and acknowledge all of our students from the Sustainability Lab. I see a lot of you here, and I pray that God blesses you. We have something special for you, but that would be online, as we discussed, as we agreed. I'm grateful for this champions here today, and I really, really hope that this would add some value to helping you scale your business. We want to encourage you and let you know that being young people in the agricultural space is no mistake. You are the leaders of Africa, and we want to just say to you, well done, and we hope that this encourages your business. We will be following through. Those of you who follow us online would have seen that in the course of the year, we've been visiting our recipients, our grant recipients, to see how well they're doing in their businesses. You know of Issa Sunday, I think he does the BSF Lava, and he has scaled his business really well. The other lady, Blessing from Kaduna, and the other gentleman from Ekiti are doing very well. So I look forward to meeting you one-on-one and understanding your businesses better. I was not part of this process, so I do not know them or even what their businesses do. I'm hearing about them and meeting them here for the first time. So I look forward to understanding what you do and seeing how we can constantly support you. All the best and congratulations. I want to finally, thank you. I want to finally thank everyone who has made it here today. Thank you for staying with us from the very beginning, and now we're ending. I want to wish you the very best for the day, for the month, and for the rest of the year. I pray that even as this year comes to a close gradually, God will continue to watch over you and your families and make everything good for you. That's my prayer for you, and also cause your businesses and your organizations to thrive across your sectors. Thank you. I can't thank you all enough, but I just hope and pray that you see my heart. And I want to say thank you again and again. Have a lovely evening, and God bless you. Thank you.
By increasing our production capacity.
Thank you so much,
200 kg.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Customer demands.
Your final words?
Thank you so much. It takes an audience to have a conference. And for Shield Africa 2.0, 2025, we say thank you.
Thank you. See you 2026. Congratulations, everybody. The videos of the last past winners will be played right now, so we can see how they are doing in the videos, their various businesses. We can now push the video up, the volume up. Thank you. God bless.
These are our products, so you can see it. So they basically feed on organic waste. So you can see the larvae feeding on organic waste. So we hope to see ourselves at the next stage. Thank you very much.
My name is Prince Umabwai, Head of Operations, Shield Africa Sustainability and Development Initiative. We are here at the farm of one of the lucky winners of the Shield Africa Agripreneur of the Year Award, Mr. Issa Sunday. This award was set up by the organization to reward outstanding entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector. We'll be taking a close look at Mr. Issa Sunday's business process, and he will tell us how the grant given to him by Shield Africa will help scale and advance his agricultural enterprise.
Yeah, my name is Issa Sunday Ojonuba. I'm a graduate of chemistry from Uni Abuja. This is EcoCycle Farm. What basically do you breed black sujufly larva, and this larva basically feeds on organic waste. They break this waste into biofertilizer. All right, these are our fish pond. So these are a month above, and there are 1,005 here. So we're able to break down our cost of production by 70%. Wow. Using the larva and also the means of feeding them with tilapia fish. Like I said before, I was having issue with funding when I started this facility, but all thanks to God and all thanks to the team of Shield Africa for the grant they gave to me, the 2 million naira grant. This grant will be going a long way. Our scaling up of our production is in process already. So we'll be scaling up from 200 kg to 1 ton of lava every month with this grant. And we'll also be getting a solar dryer. We are trying on doing that too, so that we'll be drying this lava, and we'll be preparing our own source of feed for the Ochiki. So that one will also be a plus to our own production too. So I want to really thank Shield Africa from the depth of my heart for this grant opportunity. It's really a privilege to be among the winners. Thank you, Shield Africa. Thank you, the CEO, and thank the team. Thank you. My advice and my take out there for youth is that this agribusiness is profitable. Now that we have an organization like Shield Africa willing to support young entrepreneurs in the agricultural value chain, why not come? Let's join forces together and let's make this agribusiness more profitable and more enlightened to the other youth out there, because this venture is actually profitable. Come, let's join forces together. Thank you.
Feel the magic in the air.